Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to New York City Jewelry Week, Day 7. I cannot believe we're here. It's a little bit of a bittersweet moment. Obviously, I'm very tired, but I'm also very excited, and I'm kind of sad that we're at the final day. It's been a really exciting week. There's been some fantastic programming, both virtually and in person. I've been running all over the city and running all over your screens. I hope you've enjoyed being here with us. I hope you've joined us on this virtual journey, as well as in person. Some fantastic events and exhibitions have taken place around the city. I want to say a huge thank you and shout out to all of our speakers, creators, artists, brands, institutions, and everyone who have hosted amazing programs. Obviously, New York City Jewelry Week would not be possible without all of you who come time and time again to bring us this fantastic thought leadership, this amazing exhibitions and fantastic experiences, retail, everything otherwise. So we truly appreciate all of your efforts in bringing these programs to us. And it's been great to see you all again in the flesh, in 3D. It's been a little strange, I'll admit, meeting a lot of people in 3D for the first time. But today, we're here to kick off Day 7, the final day of virtual programming. We've got a great lineup for you today, and I'm going to introduce that in just a minute. But if you're not joining us live, that's totally fine, because this live stream is going to be up for another 24 hours. Once again, if you subscribe to our YouTube channel, that's the best way to follow this content. And as I've mentioned many times before, we also release content throughout the year, so it's not just for Jewelry Week. Beyond the week, there's still things to check out. So if you haven't had a chance because you've been just glued to the screen or running around town, you can still check out our virtual exhibitions. Our virtual booths will be up through the end of the year. You can shop the week. You can download Gesso if you haven't already. And of course, our First Dibs Marketplace. And there's a couple of other surprises coming. So make sure that you are subscribed to our newsletter if you're not already, as we'll be hitting you with some great stuff post Jewelry Week. Today, as always, many of our programs are going to have Q&A, so please post questions and love for our speakers in the chat. And as every day, a reminder that this is an anti-racist, inclusive, and safe space, and harassment of any kind will not be tolerated. You can view our New York City Jewelry Code of Conduct at the link in the description. And now I'm going to kick things off. So let me get over here with this. So we already did this part. Welcome to Jewelry Week. Thank you so much to our fantastic sponsors who help make Jewelry Week possible year after year. There's a great lineup of folks who are our supporters this year. We couldn't do this without you, so thank you. Second page there. Also, a huge thank you to our official museum partner, the Museum of Arts and Design, our official education partner, Commence Jewelry. If you haven't already been down to Industry City to check out their show, make sure that you join us this afternoon. More on that in a minute. And of course, thank you to all of our wonderful partners and collaborators. Obviously, this would not be possible without you. So thank you to everyone who contributes to Jewelry Week, because our hearts are full. It's been an amazing week, and couldn't be happier to call you all our collaborators and our friends. So thank you. Okay, what's on the schedule for today? First up, we have a great conversation. What is value? Jewelry in India and North America. Following that, right up at 11:30, we've got Eterno Femminino, a really exciting program. Looking forward to that. And then just kicking it off, we're going blow for blow for today. Then at 12:30, we have I Am Motherland, a great conversation between Kalkidan Hoex and Sarah Rachel Brown. And then at 1:30, we have The Joy of Expression, a great panel on identity, creativity, and queerness. And then our final virtual program for the week is From Tyson Street to New York Fashion Week, the style and influence of Betty Cook. Really excited to have this program here. And then a little quick plug for our closing party this afternoon. If you're in New York City, please do come down to Industry City. Come a little early, check out the great exhibitions that are there. We've got Snag, Dream Machine 2021, and Commence Jewelry. And then we're going to, cheers to a great week and celebrate together. So we hope that you're able to come on down. Head to the website for more details on that if you don't know what I'm talking about already. All right, so we're going to kick off our first program today, and I'm going to introduce our first guests. So this is What is Value Jewelry in India and North America. We're talking jewelry made with emotion. We're about to be joined by jewelers and educator Rebecca and Yash, who are going to engage in a fiery dialogue on the value of the hand versus the value of design and fascinating cultural differences that exist around perceptions of worth. Your questions and contributions are very welcome. So folks, if you have things to say, please drop them in the chat and we will address them throughout and during Q&A. It's my great pleasure to welcome to the stage Rebecca Hannon and Yash Purit. Welcome to Jewelry Week. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Good morning, everyone.
Welcome. All right, I'm going to hand things over to you and jump away. Take it away.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Alex, and thank you, Yash, for joining me and us. And
you're most welcome.
Yeah, it's. I think Yash and I wish we were running around New York City like everybody else, but nevertheless, we're able to have this conversation across Jaipur, India, New York City. Myself, I'm in Halifax, Nova Scotia, in Canada. So I'd just like to acknowledge that Halifax is also called Chibuktuk, and I'm on the unceded territory and ancestral lands of the Mi'kmaq people. And Yash and I met a couple of years ago now in Jaipur, India, and we had some fiery conversations there, which hopefully will continue today. It's kind of an informal conversation, but we're very much interested in the different kinds of design education that exist in North America and India. We both have a deep love and appreciation for jewelry, and sort of how our work kind of goes out into the world. So we're so happy you're going to join us for the next hour as we speak about this. And those are kind of some of the topics that we'll touch on. I'm going to introduce myself, and then Yash will, and then we'll kind of get going. And I'm also manning the chat, so I'm very happy to integrate your questions right into our topics, and we'll also leave some time at the end. So just hop in if you have any thoughts about anything we're discussing. So to do my own introduction, my name's Rebecca Hannon. I'm a jeweler and educator. I teach currently at Nova Scotia College of Art and Design in Halifax. In terms of my background, I grew up in the States in a suburb of Washington, D.C. I did my undergraduate school at Rhode Island School of Design, and then I worked for 5 years in New York City as a professional goldsmith. So I worked at Reinstein Ross. I worked at Samuel Beiser's company. We manufactured some of the Elsa Peretti jewelry for Tiffany's. I worked for Maya Nimanis, and then I did my graduate school in Munich jewelry. So I worked for a couple firms in Munich while I was a student there and getting my graduate degree. Moved back to upstate New York, taught at Rhode Island School of Design, and then moved to Halifax, Nova Scotia, where I got a full-time teaching job. So it's my 12th year here living in Canada, and I both maintain a professional jewelry studio where I make my own work and I teach full-time. And I had the opportunity to go to India about a couple times, but 2 years ago I met Yash. So Yash, tell us about yourself.
Hello, my name is Yash Purohit, and I'm from Jaipur, India. I guess a lot of people already who are connected to the jewelry industry might be knowing about Jaipur. Jaipur is a city of gemstones and especially emeralds, and even for the jewelry, it is quite a hub nowadays. So basically I'm a jewelry designer and I'm a jeweler full time. I'm running my own line of jewelry, and I'm also a mentor. I teach in some design colleges over here in my city as a visiting faculty or guest faculty sometimes, or like and I'm very much specialized into technical drawings and isometric drawings related to jewelry. So basically, I did my jewelry designing course about like around like 14 years back, when from an institute that called as JPDC, Jaipur Development. It was it was a small institute at time, and it has been now converted into IIGJ. So that was what I did was small courses or small diploma courses that used to be there at that time. And after that, I did my parallel. I did my bachelor's in commerce from Commerce College in my city, and then I went to Delhi and Hyderabad to do my uh, further studies in multimedia. But then again, jewelry had always been my, well, because my father was he was also a jeweler, so like jewelry was always there in family, and I was already very attracted to gemstones, especially because in Jaipur, living in city, in the old city, you seeing gemstones is something very common. So I had been always so attracted toward all those colorful gemstones. So jewelry, designing jewelry was something which I felt that this is something I really, really wanted always, and I should pursue it as my career further. So that is there. What currently I am like doing my own business, and I am running my brand by name of Silver by Yash, and presently I'm selling my jewelry pieces to my website and through Instagram and some other online portals as well. So let's begin with our discussions.
So Yash, I don't think I knew that your father was also a goldsmith and a jeweler. So that's sort of interesting. Can you kind of tell me the pathway you took that you just described? Is that sort of common for a jewelry designer in India, or is that absolutely unique?
No, actually, my father was I can't say that it was a very a business that was traveling from my grandfather to my father, because my grandfather was basically he was a farmer, and he was also a small doctor, I would say, but not very he didn't had a very big degree in the medical or something, but he was a doctor, yeah, physician, basically, what you can say. So my father opted to, yeah, he started his own jewelry business, and that time there were very few jewelers who were making jewelry in Jaipur. So he was one of the few people who started making studded jewelry in Jaipur itself. So, and he used to export jewelry, used to make jewelry in with ruby, emerald, sapphires, and white gold. So definitely, those beautiful gemstones and diamond, I'm seeing all that since my childhood. So there was a very, and I used to draw. I've always been very good in drawing and painting since my childhood. I was like really very good at that. So I always thought of the creating pieces, and I used to, when I was to be small, and I used to go to my father's office, and I used to think that okay, I can make something even better than what he's doing. So that thing really, but yeah, but in somehow I just got distracted in between due to I went into animation field, and I thought okay, this is something I should, because again it's all connected to art and creativity, so that really started attracting me, and for that I went for multimedia studies. But then for some reason I had to come back to my own city, and this jewelry was, I won't say it was the only option, but I felt okay, if I'm staying here, then this is the best thing. And I was really attracted to jewelry, so I thought I don't think so anything else should be the way, rather than this.
Okay, so that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I can't even imagine growing up with that much jewelry in my life, like, stones laying around, and this like sort of rich history of both kind of the business side of it and the craft side of it. It makes me think of like even the whole history of jewelry in India has probably inspired a lot of people who are listening today. I remember when I was like 18 years old, my art teacher, who was also a jeweler, told me about Kundin Mina, like the Indian technique for setting stones. And, I saw some black and white photos, and it just like, it seemed like magical, like alchemy. And really that seed was like planted in the back of my mind, like early on. Sometime I have to get to India and sort of fully understand this rich tradition and these techniques that are, a lot of them are very distinct from Western techniques. So maybe we'll talk a little bit about that later, but we did want to touch on the education that happens in both countries, right? Because I think a lot of our listeners will be quite curious about that. And it's such an international world now. Like you can kind of study or go, anywhere if you have the means. So we've been having a lot of discussions about jewelry education in both countries. And even though listeners will probably know how it works in North America, I'll just say that, there's not as much of a history of apprenticeships in North America, in either America or Canada. So art schools are kind of where people learn if they want to study jewelry making and jewelry design. And jewelry making and jewelry design are not separate in North America, right? So I can't think of a school that would teach you to design and not make. So there are some differences in North American schools, and I really like it when the schools and the universities are very, very clear about what kind of program they are. So lots of colleges and art schools and universities have 4-year undergraduate degrees. And they will kind of teach you hand skills. They'll teach you about research. There'll be a fair amount of art history. And you'll graduate with a 4-year degree that might allow you to kind of open your own workshop. You might work for somebody else in their workshop. In some cases, you might become a designer for, a bigger design house. And then not so many students, but some students do go on to get a 2-year master's. And those are, I would say, maybe just because of my vantage point of doing my grad school in Germany, I would say the North American graduate schools are pretty theoretical. So there's a lot of, understanding theory and criticism and relating that to your jewelry practice and your creative practice. And those are sort of the pathways we have here. And I also wanted to say for the undergraduate schools, there are some that are kind of more artistic, and some are quite technical. Like if you studied at FIT in New York, or George Brown College in Toronto, or École de Jewellery in Montreal, like you would have like super solid skills, which would enable you to work into the jewelry industry. But just to say that design and making by hand is not really separated in North America. So could you tell us a little bit about how one might learn if you were interested in jewelry in India?
Actually, I would just compare you what the jewelry learning this jewelry designing thing in the time when I was learning and what the scenes are today. When I did my jewelry designing course, that time there used to be no like degree kind of courses. There used to be like small short courses of 3 months, 4 months, which were available for learning the basic designing of jewelry pieces. Then there were courses of small courses of learn how to learn the model making and manufacturing of the pieces by hand. And then there were courses there which included the advanced jewelry designing, which included the doing a lot of technical drawings like orthography and isometric views, going more into details and understanding the value, how to get the price of your product. So I did all these three different courses to learn about jewelry, and but now that the education structure has changed totally. Now definitely it's very similar to what you just have told, that we have different programs over here of ranging from like 3-year program to like 4-year program, which are 4-year program and 3-year program. They both have like degree programs which have been affiliated to certain colleges, might be in India or affiliated to a college in abroad. So they are offering very systematic degrees for these courses. And again, in the first year, it's very similar that they have a foundation in which they teach the drawing skills and the research. And it's not very specific to jewelry, but it's the things. It's very general to the whole design section. So all the basic skills have been developed, whether it's like hand modeling of things, or simply painting something, or color theory, or learning about the design principles. And then students then opt for different, like the courses is then further taken to like from starting from the basic of knowing the basics of jewelry design, like about the different gemstones and different metal techniques, and rendering, how to render those things. And then slowly and slowly further projects are introduced, uh, how to design like traditional jewelry, or gold jewelry, or probably diamond jewelry, or color stone jewelry, or kundan meena jewelry, and designing according to some to a concept, or designing according to some a brand, or a company, a local company from the city itself. So this is how the structure has been changed. Um,
Now, a lot of the things that you just mentioned, like color theory and isometric drawings and renderings, you didn't mention as much sort of handwork. So it does sound like the educational system is changing, and perhaps like modeling the Western system. But when I first visited India about 7 years ago now, I visited like every workshop I could, anybody who would let me in the back, I would do that. And so I saw the craftsmen working in the different workshops. And a lot of times I also noticed that they did, one job. Like if they were like rolling the fine gold really, really thin, that's kind of what they were doing that day. They weren't also doing, the pave setting or the wax carving. And when I went to the different art schools, because I also visited as many of them as I could, the students seemed to be very much designing. So I saw great hand rendering skills and great CAD and Rhino rendering skills, but I didn't see as much focus on the making. Like the metal workshops were a lot smaller. And I sort of understood that there was a difference, that, much more focus was put on design, because in India, like there's many more craftspeople who could help you make your work. Like where I live in Halifax, like if I can't make my jewelry designs, like nobody's going to help me. If I lived in New York City, certainly I could have some help, but am I misunderstanding that there was a little bit of a
no,
you are design?
you are actually partially right. What I can say is that we definitely are teaching model making, and there are workshops also, like in whichever institute I go to teach, and even where I learned, I have done a proper course in model making, where I had done all the bench work and all everything what you were just talking about, rolling the metal and making wires and making collets and everything, doing everything by hand. making rings and shanks and making the whole jewelry piece. So definitely we have these model making courses, and they are still present today also. But what you have said is very much true, that in India there are so many craftsmen already available that people, there are very few students who get very keen in learning that process. So the facilities are available, but somehow I don't know. I've seen that the interest of students is more towards designing part rather than going and uh, making that piece by self, by their hands. And that is, and somehow the reason is because they feel that, okay, if there is some day if I have to produce something, then I have so many artisans available, I will just pay someone and I'll get the piece done. So definitely that is one of the reason I see that people have less interest towards making something by their own hand, and they are more interested towards just creating the design on paper and thinking about concepts rather than develop first even understanding that how much it is feasible by hand or even practicing by their own hands.
And when you say there's so many craftsmen available, how are the craftsmen learning? Are these skills that are passed within families or communities, or are there like are there schools to attend, or can you tell us how that works?
No, there are. I don't think so. Like the craftsmen basically are all who have been learning from their forefathers. I don't think so that I have met someone who has attended some school to learn any technique. Might be there for a particular thing. Might be someone has gone, but the major part, like I would say, 80 to 90%, they have learned from the place they have been working, or the from their father or from someone who have been like a teacher to them. So there are, I don't think so. There are very specialized or very high skilled training camps for such kind of things. Everything this all is coming from families to families.
Okay, that's really interesting to learn about that. We were going to talk about the merits and demerits of both systems, but I don't know. Do you have any feelings about that? Like what's working better and in which place, or sort of the value of research?
If if I think about merits and demerits of this design, this jewel design education in India, I would say that definitely there are a lot of merits because India has been a production hub when it comes to jewelry, and especially Jaipur is like I feel this is the best city if you are doing some kind of jewelry course. I won't say that come here and do your whole course, but at least you should do some kind of internship or some kind of exchange program in this city because there is so much to learn. I mean, if you every single market has so much of things happening around. From whether it's from making things by hand to studying gemstones to making traditional jewelry, kundan meena, and then polishing and cutting of gemstones. Even there are so many things that you can see on the streets which are happening. I mean, you don't need to go into a factory to watch what is going on. So, and everything is happening on a very small scale. It is not like it is very sophisticated industry or very a huge factory with like thousands of people. So you need some very you need to get into that place to check what is happening. It is just happening on the streets, and we together have seen that when we went to the old market, how everything is so open over there. So I think it is such a pleasant experience to see everything happening, and you get to meet people, you get to know how things are happening, and people are ready to exchange their knowledge. So I feel that that is one thing, but a very strong point living in India. If you really want to have knowledge about jewelry, I feel that this is a very best place to learn anything related to jewelry, whether it's gemstones or the making of jewelry or designing of jewelry. Yeah, but there is the one demerit which I would consider is that definitely we in the colleges, and I've seen people and we include that we give a lot of emphasis on the research part, But I feel that still, when we compare it to the institutions system over in America, or might be in Europe or other countries, India lacks uh, that part of research. Like, I don't know, somehow the students are not very interested, or people really jump very fast onto directly designing the pieces rather than really understanding the whole concept and the feel of the, or the mood of the project. So I'm not talking about I'm not the right person to give a very complete judgment on this thing, but definitely I've seen that. And somehow the reason is this also, that India being a manufacturing hub, so that they, everyone, once they get into the business, they see things on a very commercial way. So they don't have that much time to really go into the depth of research a lot for designing a piece of jewelry. So that could be a reason behind this.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm just thinking, when you kind of study jewelry in North America, um, without sort of all that frenetic jewelry energy around you, you know, being able, like, we walk through like the open stalls where the stones were out, the tools were out, the jewels were out, you know, people were making things right there. It's a little more behind wraps here. So when you study jewelry in college, it's sort of a revelation for the students here. And there is much more of a focus on, yeah, research-based practice, or understanding, you know, the timeline of jewelry, you know, where you fit into that, you know, perhaps because we're not seeing it. It really reminds me, like, the first time I went to Jaipur 7 years ago, I met the founder of Arch College, where you taught, Archana Sarana, and she was like so dynamic and had such a love of jewelry and the arts that we decided to set up an exchange agreement with my college and that college. And for whatever reason, it took 7 more years of like emails and back and forth, because you know, I teach at a public college, and things need to get approved by everybody, and you have to be passionate about it to kind of keep it in the pipeline. But when I went to Jaipur 2 years ago, where we met just pre-COVID by a couple weeks, we finally signed the agreement so students could go between colleges. And Archana was like, okay, you know, what else? You know, what else can we cook up? How about, you know, summer classes? Like, you send your students to Jaipur for 3 weeks. I just teach them everything about making jewelry. Like, you know, how to source stones, like how to get it made. Like, and I was like, that sounds amazing. Like, we don't have anything like that. Like, I thought, this will take me like 7 more years to get approval for something like that. But what a benefit it would be, you know, if our students could experience that sort of jewelry life, like jewelry culture. And I know when we'll be able to welcome students from India to our school, you know, I'm sure that they'll take something away from that sort of like intercultural experience.
Sure, it will.
So let's Yash, go on to our next topic. We were interested to speak about jewelry styles in India and the USA, or I'm going to say North America because I'm in Canada. So what are your first thoughts about the differences in style, or like the amount of respect for preciousness or value of even like new or vintage jewelry?
Jewelry in India, if I were to talk, like, Indians have always been lovers of jewelry, whether it's from north to south. I guess, I mean, India has been the highest consumer of gold in the whole world, and the all gold is definitely going into jewelry, not for any other purpose. So Indian women are crazy for jewelry, and again, even for the gemstones as well. So definitely, and gold jewelry and gemstone jewelry had been like favorites for them since ages. And definitely with time, as like the prices of gold, we all know how expensive the gold is getting day by day. But the craze for jewelry is never going to end, and somehow the gold is slowly being replaced by silver, and now silver is slowly now being replaced by artificial jewelry that is getting into the market. So the whole this cycle is just happening because people really want to wear more and more jewelry, and they want to experience more designs. And it's not like, and it is not that the gold has stopped being selling. Definitely people are buying gold jewelry because Indians see gold as an investment. If someone buys a gold necklace over here, that person would keep it for ages, like for it's kind of a something very it is something that they are really connected by heart. So what I've seen in India is like what I've seen, what I've heard about in North America is like people really go and buy this kind of estate jewelry, vintage jewelry, the pieces which have been worn by someone else whom they really don't know, and they have been valued because of their old look and everything. Because and actually, I don't know how much. I mean, you would be knowing better that I don't know how much they want to know that who was wearing that piece before. And but in India, I don't think so. People really buy second-hand jewelry like that from showrooms. Yeah, people would definitely love to have a jewelry from a old piece of jewelry, knowing that it comes from some royal family or some person who is very famous, who has been very famous in history. But other than that, I don't think so. Someone would buy a jewelry from showroom of someone who might be like 50 years old back, who they just don't know who that person was. So I don't think so that kind of things work over here. But I feel that works in North America. What do you say? I really don't know.
Yeah, I think that you kind of touched on two topics there, both like the sort of value of jewelry, and like as you said, the ladies in India love lots of jewelry, and perhaps that has never changed. You know, I could be wrong, but I assume like throughout time there has always been this appreciation for jewelry. Like, you know, it is a lot about the value, you know, the weight of the gold or the value of the stones. But the thing I love is when I was in India is also the wearing. It was like, if you got it, you're going to wear it. And, you know, I saw people from all walks of life wearing jewelry, amazing jewelry, lots of jewelry. And, that tradition would be a little bit different here. You know, I'm sure that's been spoken about a lot during this week, but you know, we have sentimental jewelry, you know, jewelry you might have gotten from your mom or your grandparent, and then we have the history of the like engagement ring and wedding ring, and that history is not even that long. You know, I probably should have looked that up, but it's you know, the history of sort of like needing a diamond to like tell everybody that you're getting married is relatively new. And for instance, when I lived in Germany, women were not wearing diamond engagement rings. It made me realize that kind of is, or at least that time it was kind of North American. So for us, it's like there's sentimental jewelry that you inherit from your family, and then there's jewelry for special occasions like getting married or signifying you're getting married. And then of course we love art jewelry and contemporary modern jewelry, but I don't see it worn all the time. You know, I certainly wish I did. But I love to make it myself, and I love that it goes out in the world. But in terms of the older vintage jewelry, I do think that's kind of interesting because North Americans are okay with like vintage jewelry, and there is some value on the secondhand market, you know, not as much value as I think jewelry is like new cars a lot. Like they lose like a third of their value going out the door because they're not new. But certainly people here like vintage jewelry. They don't really care who wore it before. The jewelry that I see really holds its value on the secondary market is like jewels by famous people, like, you know, Pablo Picasso or, you know, Frank Gehry or someone, you know, designed a line of jewelry, then it kind of like holds its value more than like a, you know, diamond cocktail ring that's like unmarked. But yeah, I think we have an appreciation for that. I think because you told me an interesting story that there actually is like a secondhand jewelry market in India, but the store owners or gallery owners might sort of like polish up the jewelry and replate it and kind of say it's new, right?
Exactly, that happens because people are not ready to purchase something that is looking old. I mean, they want the surface of the metal should be very shiny. It should be having no scratches. It should look very brand new. I mean, they are not ready to take it. It is looking. It has a very dull polish and very dull finish, which we see in this this antique kind of jewelry. They are ready to definitely. They are ready to purchase it, but only if in the condition when it belongs to some very famous person or someone who has been very renowned person from the history. Other than that, I don't think so someone would be very keen to purchase a ring or a pendant or a earring from someone's grandmother or grandmother who they don't even know who she was. So definitely in that case, people, if they buy secondhand jewelry, like jewelers are there who buy secondhand jewelry from people, so they will just polish it and make it look very new again, and then they will put it on display. So that is a difference is there definitely.
Is it like, does a lot of jewelry get melted down then, like for just its either silver or gold content and remade?
Yes, for sure. It does happen. Even I do that. Like if something is not selling and if it is there sitting for a very long time, definitely we melt that jewelry and we make something new out of it. So recycling does happen because all the gemstones can be reused, and so and one of the reason behind that is because people are not ready to buy something that is looking old. So it's rather better to melt it down and remake into a new design to keep the goods moving. So that that is one of the thing. Definitely, it happens over here.
Okay, so that makes sense. And this probably ties into why I was really interested to speak with you. So I know when we met in India, it was in sort of the educational system, and you were launching, you know, I think you've had different lines of jewelry, but you're kind of launching a new line and a new brand. And then when it kind of went live, I was totally excited by what I saw. It was these sort of gorgeous luxury pieces of jewelry, and you have to check out his Instagram. It's Silverware by Yash, and we'll put the hashtag in there. But I loved it. It felt like modern. It felt historical. But then I saw the price, and I was like, oh, I can afford this. And when I looked a little bit closer, it was, you know, your line includes handmade jewelry and sometimes non-precious, but a lot of times precious or I should say semi-precious stones, but made by hand. So I and sometimes it's silver as the base metal. So maybe like gold plating on silver, handmade, semi-precious stones. And I was so curious why you took that pathway. Could you tell me a little bit about why you made those choices?
Actually, when my father was doing this jewelry business, and he was doing totally gold jewelry and with diamonds and precious gemstones. So what I saw in India at that time, and it is there that people definitely they want to, you know, what's happening with a lot of the social media and a lot of people wearing different designs. So people want to buy, the new designs because of this fast fashion also. But definitely everything you cannot buy in gold because people don't have that kind of money. So that time I really felt that there should be some kind of thing. And even the silver jewelry which was being there in the market was all that oxidized and old silver look kind of jewelry. So that was totally a different kind of thing. But there was nothing replacement for fine jewelry over here. So if you talk about fine jewelry, then it has to be gold and diamond and precious gemstones. So that is something that is reach of out of reach for a normal person. And if someone is very really interested to buy it, then I think they might buy one piece or two piece, but again, that is not something that would happen very frequently. So that really clicked me, and I thought I should develop pieces which are made in silver, and they should look like really good finishing, fine jewelry, and rather than using real precious gemstones, I should be using stones which look like real gemstones but are not real. Basically, might be synthetics or something which is partially real material and partially man-made. So my brand is basically is aiming towards that kind of jewelry that looks really good. It looks rich, but it is very affordable. I mean, if you will check the pieces, you cannot, in the first glance, you can't even say that this piece is fake or this piece is not real. So that was the very keen the backdrop of my brand, which I had to keep in mind designing, and I still keep in mind designing all the pieces. And the workmanship also, the artisans which I have selected to manufacture my pieces are the artisans who manufacture the gold jewelry. So they put equal amount of hard work in producing all the pieces. Now, when we come to this word called as handmade, that this is very I don't know. Sometimes it's a kind of a debate which happens over this because even I really don't understand this concept of totally handmade nowadays because nothing totally is handmade in any kind of industry today because machines have taken uh, some kind of place in each and every industry. So what I feel today is that rather than struggling or fighting over the topic of the if the piece is really handmade or not, we should be more concerned and to know about where the piece is actually coming from. So is it like, for example, if someone, if because if I talk about myself, I don't have a huge factory or a huge setup with hundreds of craftsmen working for me. I'm a very small jeweler. I think of a design, I sketch it and I purchase gemstones and I'll purchase the metal and I'll get an artisan and partially work. I'm also a CAD designer, so I'll design the CAD myself on my system, and then the further process are being carried away by the local artisans. So again, I don't think that this is anything that is going out of the mainstream, and it cannot be called as handmade because definitely who doesn't want to use the technology? I cannot do everything by hand today because I have to earn my livelihood. This is not my hobby. This is something I have to find. I have to get my bread from. So this is a very kind of thing. I don't know. I would like to. I like hear your inputs over here because what I've seen is like people in the Western world, they want that everything has to be handmade. So only then that is value, and I really value that thing. But somehow in today's world, everything cannot be handmade. Even the cloth which you are wearing, if even if it is hand tailored, but somewhere it has been produced in a mill which would be might be in China or somewhere where there are thousands of people working on huge machines where the cloth is made. So how reliable this word is handmade today in today's world, I don't understand.
It's, yeah, that is really complicated, with people. I have a shirt from the Gap that says, lovingly handmade by the Gap, or our Tim Hortons coffee shop says like artisanal sandwiches. So certainly the words handmade have been a little bit abused, but to the first part of what you said, yeah, I thought it was interesting the choices that you made with your jewelry line. Just to sort of, you started out like acknowledging that there's this like deep and great respect for fine jewelry and a willingness to invest in that, but you were interested in pursuing some more modern designs. So by making the pieces in silver but with gold plate, it's like you're kind of challenging people to take a risk. And you know, perhaps not a huge risk, so they're willing to invest in your jewelry. And some of this, you know, either using the computer to help with design, or using craftspeople, or, you know, manufacturing facilities that have much more space. That's, you know, you're able to get your jewelry work done. I think, yeah, the term handmade, it really makes me think about one of the really big venues for selling jewelry and kind of all handmade goods now is through, you know, I would say Instagram, right? So not even like websites as much or Facebook as much. Like, I really think Instagram is this cult of seeing the process, like knowing the person, like feeling like your core values align with the maker. So this is very, very different from, you know, like when I was in Germany last time, I had a residency at a costume jewelry factory, and there were like traveling salespeople who went on the road with a card of jewelry, and like, you like the look of this jewelry, you buy it. It's like a totally different world, right? So I follow like ceramicists that I love, and I know their child, and I know their dog, and I know that that kiln messed up the firing, and I know that their product is going to drop on Friday, and if I don't like rush, I'm not going to get any of their work. So that handmade is like very much tied in with the life story. And I think, I guess that is one of the differences, because in some of the, just I guess the individuals I've met from India, like I would never generalize because I don't know the whole country, but the individuals I've met, like the formal display of their work is still very much about the work. Like, I don't see pictures of, you know, maybe the workshops or someone's hand. That seems to be a little bit different. And I don't know why, because I think everybody would like to know the process, and like knowing more about the process, it helps us personally interrogate the idea of handmade. You know, like my work that I make, you know, is laser cut for my good jewelry that I design, and I sit by the laser cutter and I hand finish everything and slot it together. But it's a little bit like people see it and they're like, oh, a computer made it. And, you know, I wish the computer made it. You know, that would be great. Unfortunately, it's like the computer and like 10,000 hours made it.
Exactly.
So perhaps that Instagram reveal is like helping our audience understand like the nuance of handmade. So, I mean, what does that make you think of? Or you even brought up the topic of jewelry with emotion. So is that like a different way we could understand this?
Exactly, because what people, when it comes to India, people say that okay, it's kind of junk that is coming from India. People are making jewelry in huge quantities. So, but I should mention that there is a difference between India and might be in China or Korea, where I've seen how the industries work there. They are mass producing each design, and that is where the feelings are get lost while making a product. But that is not the case in our in the place where I am, because there are many small jewelers who are trying to sell to, abroad. And definitely for actually, for at least for me, each piece matters, because I design every piece by hand. First I make a sketch, then I do the CAD, and then the other process are being followed. And even the artisans, I don't have a team of like 10 like 15, 20, 30 artisans. There are hardly like 4 or 5 people involved in the whole process, so each and every person is very attached to the piece that is going in his hand. So definitely I cannot say that this the right word to which can be said that our jewelry is actually made by emotions. So each and every piece matters to us. It's not like that we don't even, because I've seen in big factories they don't even remember what they have produced, but we remember each and every design which have gone through our hands and gone outside from my workplace. So I think I should probably say that my jewelry is made by emotions.
That is that is going to be a great segue into preciousness, jewelry, emotion. I know that your sister got married in the past couple days, and it was
Yeah.
Diwali, and this is like both things are a huge time of festival in India. I imagine there's a lot of great jewelry involved. So we only have a couple minutes left, if you can believe it, Yash. So I know you might have nearby maybe some of the jewels you made
Yeah,
for your sister. Could you show us something?
I'll show you one of the very traditional kind of jewelry in India, and this whole necklace was being designed by me. I even have the rough sketches which I made for making this design. I'll just show you.
Yes, I'm also going to bring up a question from the chat as you're getting prepared. Nicholas asked us, what is the best way to find a reputable Indian jeweler such as yourself? Is there a directory or a way that one could research online?
Yeah, I would say that if you really want to meet some reputed jewelers, then you should visit an jewelry show in India. Might be like there is a jewelry show that happens in Mumbai, and then there is a jewelry show that happens in Jaipur. Definitely, you cannot connect to all the small jewelers because, like jewelers like me, every small jeweler does not participate in jewelry shows because they really cost a huge amount of money. But definitely, that is a very very good way to connect to jewelers. I would say rather you should visit India and visit one of these trade shows, and you will find a lot of good people over there whom you can connect.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so hold up your drawing or your jewels.
There's one of the necklace which this is a very traditional necklace of my. Can you see it clearly? I'll just put it on a gray backdrop. 1 second.
Yeah. And you have to tell us about the materiality too, if this is pearls or if this is plated or what's going on in this piece.
Can you see it clearly?
We can, yeah.
So this is basically, this necklace is called as a ard necklace, and these are all real freshwater pearls. These are also pearls. This is made in like 18 karat gold, and these are all synthetic diamonds. These are polkis basically, and these are all CZs. And this is again these are string of freshwater pearls.
Is this the piece that your sister wore on her wedding?
Yeah, this was designed for a wedding day, basically. And these have a matching these bell-shaped earrings.
Really nice.
So this is a very traditional design which has been worn by brides in especially in my state, Rajasthan. So this is kind of a proper wedding necklace which has been given by her, might be by her father or by her in-laws to the bride to wear on her wedding day.
Will she wear that again, like in that form? Like, is that only for the wedding day, or could she wear
No,
that the rest
definitely
of her life?
she would be wearing it again for basically for different programs or functions whenever she would like to. Uh, I really don't have a very good. I just made very rough drawings of concepts before getting onto the final drawing. Like I just made this. Can you see the sketch?
Yeah, hold it up a little bit more. Hey, jewelry with emotion. That's where it all started. You're getting some really positive comments in the chat, Yash. Oh, look at that.
This is the sketch, which this is the same earring, just we had changed the design a little bit because actually I really don't get time to render the whole design. So these are just very rough scribbles.
Do you have one more to show us before Alex comes to join us again?
Actually, we ran out of time. I have many pieces to show actually. I have one more necklace which was done for her, and this is a necklace in 18 karat gold and diamonds. Again, I have to put it
Yeah,
on.
see if you can hold something behind it.
This necklace has been inspired by lotus and lotus leaves.
Okay, so tell us about the materiality of that one.
This is a 18 karat yellow gold and diamonds have been used over here, real diamonds. Again, I did the whole sketch. I have the sketch also. Previously, I draw the concepts.
Great. So as you show us that, oh my goodness, that
This
is
was the
okay. I
sketch
think
which
everybody in watching is going to come visit you in India, and you can take them around the back streets of Jaipur like we did. We had such a great time. So
I'm one of the best persons to show my city. I mean, anyone would love to be with in my company.
well, okay, so I'm sure New York City Jewelry Week will share our hashtags. I want to thank everybody who joined us today, and thank you so much, Yash.
There was one thing I wanted to ask from you. I guess we missed that, and we already ran out of time. Do we still have a time? I can ask you that.
Folks, we're going to have to wrap up because we have a packed schedule today. I'm sorry to cut this off. This has been a fascinating conversation. I'm particularly interested in this, through line of value and thinking about the handmade when you involve these kind of new technologies. Because really, when we think about jewelry, it's been based on technology over time. And it's just kind of at what point does it become computer technology versus handmade? I'm really personally very passionate about this too. I actually hosted a similar conversation on the value of handmade and technology in a jewelry week many years ago. So it's very close to my heart. This has been a really great overview and discussion, and our audience have been really loving it. Yash and Rebecca, if you want to send me your Instagram handles, I can share them with the audience because folks are asking about that. So
shall I send it by chat?
Yeah, you can put it in here and I'll share it with the YouTube audience. All right, folks. Well, thank you so much, Yash. Thank you so much, Rebecca, for being here and kicking off our final day of virtual programming with Jewelry Week. And I am about to introduce our next panel. So virtual round of applause, and we will see you guys soon. Awesome. Okay, folks, we're going to head straight into the next program, and I'm going to cue that up for you right now. So coming up next is Eterno Femminino. We're talking roles, duties, womanity, and jewels. Connecting past and present, from wives to lovers, from artists to saints. This talk will give an open gaze to the different status of womanity through examples from the history of arts and contemporary jewelry, touching roles, themes, and the enduring resilience of women. I am going to hand over to our two fantastic speakers for today, Nichka Morobin and Eliana Negroni. Welcome to New York City Jewelry Week.
Hi. Hi. Here we are. Welcome everyone connecting from New York City to Milan. It's really a pleasure. I am Eliana Negroni, curator of the Archivio Negroni in Milan, Italy, from which we are broadcasting today. And I wish to welcome you all connected, our audience, and my dear friend Nichka Marobin, who is offering this wonderful journey into the Eterno Femminino. And first of all, thank you for your time and for this connection. Nichka.
Oh, thank you too. Thanks, Eliana. Thanks to New York Jewelry Week. Hi, everybody. I'm Nichka Marobin. Probably most of you know me because I'm the Morning Bark. I'm the founder of the Blue Gazette about jewelry and arts and humanities. It is such a pleasure to be here and to have the privilege to share with you this talk about the power of jewelry along a path during the centuries.
And only a couple of words about the Archivio Negroni, the archive of my family tool-making workshop for jewelers and goldsmiths. Some of the engraved dies and rollers traveled around the world, and this is the place where they were made and were used to reproduce typical European artistic iconography, decorations, and traditional ethnic details that represent inspiring Arabic, African, and South American craft, and classical English silverware reproduction. The archive of my family is open now to be part of the wide cultural project, and that's the reason I'm so glad to host a conversation like this one. And it also intends to develop educational and training projects in collaboration with academic international networks on modern craft archives, industrial museums, and research centers. So today we will connect past to present, and we said, as well we usually do within the conversation that we have been holding online during and all over this past year in figurative and applied arts, literature, and of course our passion, contemporary jewelry. So Nichka, what did we think we could talk about dealing with the power of jewelry?
So let's start about the choices of adornment. So whether different might be, the choices of adornment could be read under multiple lenses, from cultural to historical ones, from anthropological to philosophical. They might refer to social status, to magic, to devotion, or to the simple pleasure to adorn oneself. In order to investigate the power of jewelry under the lens of the Eterno Femminino, the eternal feminine, of the essence of womanity, this part will touch several portraits from the 15th century until our contemporaneity.
So please, Nichka, when you are ready, we will ask Alex to start sharing. Okay, so please,
I am ready.
Thank you, Alex, to share the images. Thank you very much.
So in his essay on the splendors of the Duchy of Burgundy, Johann Huizinga argues how, even in the waning of the Middle Ages, religious thought solidified itself in an image. And since religious thought permeated the entire life from aristocracy to lower classes, the need of faith led to several hybridations. On one hand, the need of religious images crystallized the cult of saints, embodied by a myriad of figures which helped the masses in the cruelty of daily life. On the other hand, the need of faith led to another form of hybridation, which combined sacred and profane. If also the music composed by the court musician Guillaume du Fay could be used both in church and at the court, the combination between the religious sentiment and love, intended in its most dangerous accent, the erotic one, was disregarded and condemned by the church. And a great example of this hybridation between faith and love, with a not so subtle erotic hint, is the panel painted by Jean Fouquet, and that is the Madonna surrounded by the angels and cherubs, now at the Royal Museum of Antwerp. Right panel of the Milan diptych, the right wing is now in Berlin, and the medallion with a portrait of the artist in Paris, which was painted by Jean Fouquet between 1450-1455 and commissioned by Etienne Chevalier, treasurer of King Charles VII of France, portrays an enigmatic Madonna surrounded by cherubs and seraphs seated on an encrusted throne. Madonna is now considered being a portrait of Agnès Sorel, maîtresse en titre, so the official mistress of King Charles VII. Seated and crowned on her throne, this elegant Madonna stands in front of our eyes in all her pearl complexion and her humble gaze. Her head, as well as naked breast, Sorel was used to wear like this at court, are perfectly rounded as a pearl, and she holds the child on her knees. Beyond the image, which depicts a Madonna breasting her child, whose hand indicates the commissioner on the other panel, the entire composition resonates with a mesmerizing preciousness. Everything reminds to precious stones, not only the ones beautifully painted on the crown and on the throne, but also in the whole subject. The head, the breast, as well as the complexion of the Madonna are white as a pearl, and the angels, painted in red and blue, have the tangible consistence of coral and lapis lazuli. The myriad of details disseminated all over the painting, as well as the small reflection of the mystic windows painted on the globes of the throne, celebrate and evoke the school of the Flemish primitives and the school of Jan van Eyck. We are in front of a perfect transfiguration of a woman, the official mistress of the king, into a Madonna, the one that rules the earth, the heart of a man and of all men, in the holy light of jewelry and passions of stones and pearls. Agnès Sorel, the first woman at the court who had both political and social power centuries before other mistresses, like Madame de Pompadour or Madame de Maintenon, used wearing dresses that uncovered her shoulders and unveiled one of her breasts. Therefore, in the hands of Jean Fouquet, her role stands as a deity, the mother with child, unveiling that connection between religion and love, both divine and profane, mentioned before, and that worried so much the church. But over centuries, she stands as the most enigmatic yet humble Madonna ever admired. And if we're following our path through jewelry and the role of women, we now jump at the court of King Henry IV of France. This work is by an anonymous master of the school of Fontainebleau, painted in the last quarter of the 16th century and now at the Musée du Louvre in Paris. At dusk, pink silk taffeta curtain introduces us in the scene and unveils to our gaze two sitting women bathing. The woman on the left pinches the nipple of the one who sits on the right, while she is holding a ring in her hands. In the background, right in front of a fireplace, another woman is depicted while embroidering a fabric. A table is covered with a green napkin whose color bounces back to the pink curtain. The theme of nude women bathing or having their makeup à la toilette was very common during Renaissance times in the French court. There are numerous versions of this kind of painting ascribed to several artists working at the school of Fontainebleau. However, the lack of documentation doesn't allow the community of scholars to assign a specific authority on the painting as well as to the women portrayed. Nevertheless, this work is allegedly considered being a double portrait of Gabrielle d'Estrées and one of her sisters, probably the Duchesse de Villars, and the painting is dating 1594. And it is commonly interpreted as a symbolic announcement of Gabrielle's pregnancy. The act of pinching the nipple has been interpreted as a symbol of the latter pregnancy of the king's mistress, confirmed, probably, by the woman in the background who is embroidering a layette, which is a special bed linen for the newborn babies. The ring she holds in her hands, the two fingers, is directly connected to the end of pinching her breast by the Duchesse de Villars. Therefore, we might read the whole composition as a real importance of this woman. Her breast fits the king's children, as well as the ring, commonly considered as the coronation ring the king gave to her shortly before she died, as a symbol of loyalty, faith, and a promise of marriage. Among the several mistresses at the French court, Gabrielle d'Estrées was tenderly loved by King Henry IV. She was not only her mistress, but a confidant, a mother of his children. In 1594, Gabrielle gave birth to César de Bourbon, and a wise advisor. For the community of historians and scholars, it is thanks to Gabrielle that King Henry renounced gradually to Protestantism in favor of Catholicism, opening the path to that Edict of Nantes, which granted the freedom of faith for the French Protestants, called Huguenots. And despite not being the official wife, but only a mistress, an official mistress, a role was granted and formalized by the Parliament of Paris, and she had the rights of a queen. In 1999, the king appointed Pope Clement VII for annulment of his previous marriage with Marguerite de Valois in order to marry her, but she died mysteriously in mysterious circumstances, probably poisoned. And the king was devastated. And the only thing that Gabrielle could hold in her hands was that ring that was the promise of a throne which was so close, but yet, and dramatically, so far and out of reach. So we are ready to jump in another century. And so the 17th century, that is the epitome of light, decline into several accents and tones. And of course, not only it is the century of light, but it is the century of pearls. And as you can see in this portrait, you can see that pearls were worn also by men. The eminent figures of George Villiers, first Duke of Buckingham, of Sir Anton van Dyck, and of Sir Peter Lely stand together with King James I, Charles II, and Charles I, and Charles II of England as a series of pearls bound together along the visible and invisible threads of politics, art, royal commissions, and patronage. The legacies permeated and shaped the visual identity of an entire era, the one of the Stuart England for more than 150 years. So portrayed in 1625 by Michiel van Mierveld, the Duke of Buckingham casts an incomparable magnificence, wearing literally a waterfall of pearls, declaring his status, his social rank, his wealth, and his brilliant achievement in the diplomatic field in negotiating the marriage of the future Charles I with Henriette Marie of France that year in 1625. He is recorded, in fact, wearing a grey velvet dress from which the loosely threaded pearls dropped to the ground as he advanced to make his bow to the Queen, to the general wonder. And it is precisely the Earl of Buckingham, George Villiers, who introduces the painter Anton van Dyck at the English court when in 1620 he paints the portrait of King James I. And again, it is always through George Villiers that Van Dyck had the opportunity to visit the art collection of the Earl of Arundel, when he first saw Titian paintings and his way of modeling forms and colors, offering him the opportunity to enrich the previous lesson learned from Rubens. Anton van Dyck returned to England in 1632, but he remained until his death in 1641 after his journeys to Antwerp and to Italy. And in Italy and in England, he was not only appointed court painter by King Charles I and established his studio, but the enormous success in portraying all the English aristocracy led him to develop that portrait style, which remained unparalleled for many years, and that dominated the portrait painting until the 18th century. So you can see here this wonderful portrait of Antonia de Marini, a Genoese aristocracy woman, and the subtle yet refining psychological analysis of the sitter, which is always portrayed also in the English period. It is always portrayed in a context obtained with progressive passages through the use of furniture or architectural elements until the landscape opens itself in the background. It is attained with delicate brush strokes and with a consumed pictorial fluency. All the sitters live in a natural elegance, and they express it with a serene, discreet, and quiet expression of their gaze, as you can see in the portrait of Lady Anne Boteler and Lady Boleys. Yes, you can see the delicacy of the taffeta and the natural
also
elegance.
the clothes is a piece of jewelry in a certain way.
And the wonderful elegance of this wonderful, wonderful clothes. Van Dyck's legacy was collected by another Dutch painter. He's painted his entire life in England as a court painter of King Charles II. Peter van der Vaas, then Sir Peter Lely, arrived in England in 1643. He succeeded to Van Dyck as the most fashionable portrait artist in England. Lely painted all the most notable people of the Stuart English court, mastering Van Dyck lessons. He and his workshop were extremely prolific, and Lely excelled in the portrait painted as Van Dyck did before him. But you can see these nice and lovely and yet elegant portrait. All this beau monde painted by Van Dyck and Lely was thus evoked with a meditated grace, with a delicacy of the silky clothes combined with subtle erotic hints, but without the emotional intensity that characterized Rubens' portraits, and of course with the glare of pearls. Together with the natural elegance and the discreet confidentiality, all those aspects were a mirror of an aristocracy which was clearly aware of its own position in the society and of its privilege. And now, if you're ready, we jump in another.
Spoilered it.
Yes, yes,
sorry
yes.
if I spoiled
It is. We wanted both to give an homage to our host, and this is an homage to America. So in 1995, the Nobel Prize awarded laureate biologist Professor Christiane Nusslein-Volhard said that creativity is combining facts no one else has connected before. I would like to start the second part of our pictorial journey from a connection between two other worlds, the one of portrait miniature and the one of poetry. Both women were American. One is the painter and the talented miniaturist Sarah Goodridge, who was born in Templeton, Massachusetts in 1788. And the other one is one of the most talented poets of the American literature, Emily Dickinson, born in Amherst, Massachusetts in 1830. Despite a geographical distance, 33 miles separate Amherst to Templeton, and a chronological gap of 42 years between the two women, it seems to me that we are in front of a case of elective affinities. Both women spent their entire life with their families, made few travels, mastered their own art in solitude, but not so much solitude for Goodridge. And both of them had one great love. Both women in their own fields act as an unicum. Both women stand out in their own fields, mastering their talents in their own miniature worlds. Goodridge, exquisite portrait miniature, and as an example, Dickinson poems about flowers and gardens. All the unwritten world of sensitivity and feelings come out from their works, and for both women, the late discoveries of their oeuvre revealed a greatness that we admire still nowadays. And Beauty Revealed is the title of the stunning miniature created by Goodridge in 1828 and now at the Met Museum in New York. Many years after the great success of oversized brooches created during the Regency and the Victorian era in Europe, the fashion for oversized miniature brooches conquered the United States. But since women and arts act like a seismograph of times, due to the fact that they foretell the wind of change and they perceive the spirit of time and they condense it, thus, in this sense, Goodridge miniature stands out as a unique subject in this artist genre. It is a real spillover. In Beauty Revealed, what is portrayed is the artist's breast, offered as a promise of delight, devotion, and eternal love to the statement's Daniel Webster. The story between the two, Webster and Goodridge, had no happy end, but the revelation of Goodridge words in miniature lies in this little watercolor of ivory of 8 centimeters that enclose all her love. Goodridge created this miniature at the age of 40, displaying a mastery technique in her own artistic field and a secure hand which controls the light effects and the tenderness of the whites and pale rose of the color palette. Is there anything more seductive than that lonely mole that demands only to be tenderly kissed?
This is really like a piece of body jewelry.
Yes, it is indeed, and it's
expressed the power. Maybe we are stressing this concept as the power of jewelry is maybe lay on our body first of all.
Yes, not only the power of jewelry, but the power of love and this kind of devotion, which is not erotic, but it is extremely poetic. This is a sign of a woman who decides
to offer herself as a
totally.
whole.
Totally. And now we jump in our contemporaneity, because the role of women, their individuality and uniqueness, devoured by social positions and devoted to social duties by established cultural beliefs, and thus exiled on a marginal role, even if they are portrayed in thick dresses and wearing long pearl necklaces, are the leitmotif of the historically accurate Pearl series by the British visual artist Maisie Broadhead. The accuracy of the iconography source is stunning. Broadhead studied carefully all the portraits of the Stuart era that we saw just a few minutes ago, especially the one of Sir Anton van Dyck and Peter Lely, to conceive a series of portraits which perfectly recreate an outstanding corpus of tableaux vivants. The Baroque era is the century of pearls, and they are the real protagonists, according to me, of this superb series, from where they come to life not only in the portraits, but also outside, revealing that weight of those necklaces that choke the necks, to bridle the wrists, and cover as an armor all the bodices.
I think we can just pause on these details.
Yes.
As you can just show us how this is so impressive.
This is an impressive and a stunning series, and since I saw them from the first time, I really loved, and it was extremely, really impacting. Yeah.
Has
the weight of the
way
pearls.
they are condemned to their roles.
Yes. All the portrait as a crossover work between visual arts and contemporary jewelry unveil, paradoxically, a sense of loss of identity through one of the most identitarian elements of all, the pearl necklace. The weight of pearls, both metaphorical as well as physical, displays its potential through the picture's portrait in its all material and tangible existence, in a perfect balance between that visible and invisible world which is described, pictured, portrayed, and quoted by Broadhead. Here you can see another work from the Pearls series where this weight of the pearls is really tangible. But what was striking was the accuracy of the historical background and historical sources that Broad had made. And for this reason, we put together both portraits, and we choose to show this and matching together the previous portrait by Anton van Dyck and the one of the series and one of these works, just to see how Broadhead carefully studied all these pictures, and not only the pictures and the pose of the sitter, but of course also even the light and the weight of the pearl.
And even also this kind, it's amazing how to suggest this pairing, because it's like really an inquiring
Yes.
from the past to the present.
Yes.
And the artist Maisie Broadhead really catch this, like the answer. You paired the inquiry and then the answer.
Yes.
And this is still really something that is questioning our life. It's not so, all the past, the time that goes on, is not so changing.
Yes,
sometimes.
because this is the real question. This is the core of our talk. I mean, is it anything changed from the
Yes,
past,
yes,
from our
it's-
contemporaneity.
And the artist coached this interrogative really with the impact that you said
Yes.
before, and like you help us to reflect about this subject, choosing two portraits, two paintings that express in their relative correspondent epochs the same kind of questioning. I mean, this is what I caught when you proposed this conversation about history of art and history of jewelry. That is really the eloquent. They speak to us. They talk to us exactly this kind of consideration of reflection.
To make question, they ask you some questions, of course,
And she asked it on the left. She asked it from the past, and on the right, the artist. She's asking from the present, and it's really ancient.
So now we can see another kind of another artist who's dealing with pearls, and since the pearl complexion was the beginning of our journey, we come back to pearls with the work of the Hungarian jeweler artist Reka Lorenz, and the combination of found objects with pearls and stones, precious and unprecious ones, and small toys gives birth to a delightful, playful, and ironic approach to jewelry. Beyond irony and the intense joy of living, her work unveils and investigates those roles that are commonly referred to women as desperate housewives, in my opinion. If we look at the works of the Pearls series, we can see that pearls, the typical attribute for a lady, are combined with food cans or brooms or dustpans or other perfect attributes for that role of women who culturally and historically speaking had to take care to the house, to their husbands, to children. Is this the reward of a pearl necklace or an engagement ring? So in my opinion, the loss of individuality as a woman is perfectly embodied by the series of mousetraps or the pearls, of the brooch pearls. But the series of gold traps it's really nice because a gold trap is filled with zirconia and some other objects, clearly referring the idea of a future loss and a decline of an individuality. Also the brooch Catch Me If You Can and the brooch gold trap, all those myriad of pearls put in on a can. In her installation, object and sculpture, hardworking woman also, a found shovel is combined with a literal pile of pearls, witnessing the predictive role of the woman. And all the minute pearls combined with toys found in everyday object displayed itself in an expressive microcosmos full of large subjects where womanity is investigated under the veil of irony and her playful approach. So, in conclusion, I have to say that I recently took part to the Florence Biennale, whose theme was the Eterno Femminino. And together with our talk,
We were surprised because
really
we thought about our presentation
yes, it was
last summer, and
yes,
we couldn't.
Yes, it was like a consonance. And together with our talk, the role of women is a real mainstream subject, both in the art world and in everyday life. Paradoxically, the more we talk about women, the more we see how their inner nature, their bodies, behaviors, as well as the whole concept of womanity, are a matter of censorship, politics, and in extreme and sad circumstances of murder. Still nowadays, in several countries of the world, women's voice is reduced to silence. Their will, as their body and their freedom, are still a problem. Along the centuries, and following the path of our talk, we saw how women's nature has been both sacralized, but also confined into those roles that for millennia have labeled women as mothers, wives, mistresses, sometimes as a mere adornment of men. Thanks to all arts, from literature to painting, from photography to cinema, up to contemporary jewelry, the voice of women has finally raised. And thanks to all the arts, we are able to reflect and to discuss about women's role and its multifaceted world. Art acts as a seismograph of time. It conveys messages of those unheard voices that need to be heard and seen. Art and artists are custodians of what is expressed and still unexpressed, of what it is said and the unsaid, of both visible and invisible, as also jewelry does. And the power of jewelry, as well of all arts, lies in this specific task. Let all those murmurs become a voice. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nichka. Your conclusion is so powerful that you might write an essay, a wider essay. I think it is so inspirational for us that I'm considering myself an enthusiast of contemporary jewelry, and you, with our conversations, also the past ones, you always give us a new key to understand and link the past to the present, the present contemporary experimentation and research in jewelry. So this is really precious. It is the power of jewelry of Nichka and the power of Nichka.
The real power of jewelry and the real power of art today. And it is the privilege to talk about living artists and to talk with them. So I was very happy together with Eliana to share the works of both of Maisie Broadhead and Reka Lawrence, because their different kind of approach reflects in the same substance of the women nature. So this is why we choose to talk about and to think about how things and if things has changed. Probably yes, they have changed, but not so. Not so much.
This could be our open to the Q&A for our audience.
Yes.
It's like if we are posing this question to our audience,
yes.
If anything is changed from past time to contemporary times, and what they think about it, or maybe Alex, please, if you can share any comment or also your consideration from your side of the world, as we interpret it from our side, our European scene. So this could be really interesting to understand how the American audience would reflect on this question.
Hey, there's a little delay between us and YouTube, so we'll give folks a minute to put some things in, but let me just read through the comments so far. Couple of comments through here, from Nicholas saying that the image of the Madonna appears so modern, like it could have been painted today. People loving all of these pearl portraits. Some questions and kind of comments about, the beautiful pieces, the contemporary pieces, the dustpan and brush. I personally loved the gold trap. Is that what it was? It's like the mouth trap with that one's amazing. We've got a comment from Ama here saying she wants you to do a book about this. So, if you could just whip that up for us, that would be great.
Absolutely. We have to ask Michka to research and study and collect more of these examples, because they are really impressive. They can also inspire many contemporary artists to bring this question to air, into their work, to put it in their works.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it is also your expectation.
I mean, I think it's very interesting, this question of, how and if things have changed. And I think there's been a number of historical conversations that are kind of pairing the historical against the contemporary throughout Jewelry Week already this week. And I think it's kind of interesting to think about, different readings of historical content as it's framed within contemporary work that is maybe dealing with some of the same issues or potentially influenced by some of these issues, but coming at it from a different goal or a different perspective or even a different lens. I don't know if Nishka, either of you maybe have something to sort of add to that in terms of, is it a chicken and egg kind of question, or do you feel like these things are inextricably in conversation with one another?
Dice l'abbinamento fra le scelte che hai fatto nei quadri, dice è come ti sono nate, dice forse è una domanda tipo è nato prima l'uovo o la gallina, cioè come l'abbinamento di queste scelte possono poi, cioè tu li hai rilette in pratica dal punto di vista del potere della gioielleria, ma ovviamente questi quadri non erano stati, avevano avuto un messaggio forse diverso, e quindi però il tuo procedimento nell'abbinare le due cose.
Yes, I'm sorry because I cannot.
We have an audio very light, but it's our problem, not.
Oh, no.
The combination. I mean, the combination came quite naturally. Of course, we cannot judge with our mind of our century what was the mind of the 15th century, but I think it is very important to stop and think and study this kind of historical passages in order to understand our contemporaneity. And it doesn't matter if the paintings were painting to sacralize or to depict someone with different intent, but anyway, the truth is that freedom for women was not so. There was not freedom actually for women. So it is always a sort of in border, and they had always to move from these really labeled roles and this kind of deity, which was not the truth. I mean, and
we can register it, for example, in literature. We
yes,
discussed this morning.
Yes, of course,
about a novel.
Yes, there was no freedom at all, and you didn't have. I mean, especially during the 14th century or 15th century or even after. I mean, women have no voice really. So I'm very happy when I can see someone has Goodrich in 1820 paints her breast, and I think it is an act of rebellion. Of course, this is why I labeled it as a spillover, because I think it is an extremely important act of not only maturity but awareness of how to be a woman who can choose and who can love. I mean, I was very sorry for her anyway, because her love story was not and did not have an happy end. But anyway, I think it is quite an unicum. I mean, I've never seen something like that. So I was very happy to share it with you.
The miniature is like a manifesto.
It's a manifesto of the power of women, of a strong awareness. And if we think about today, that even where the body of women is, it's always a matter of censorship. I think it is. I think that it is a good question also. It's always a good question.
I think it's interesting when we look at the past, because I think in hindsight, things always speak very specifically to, the role of women or the kind of cultural reality of the time. I wonder if you have some thoughts on how you think contemporary objects that we're dealing with now will speak about our time. And do you think that same perception and, role and somewhat restriction of women will be represented through the objects of current that we're dealing with now?
Yes, indeed. I mean, we choose both. I mean, when Eliana and I were talking about which could be the iconographical path of this talk, we suddenly thought to Maisie Broadhead and Rebecca Lawrence, because they had two different approaches.
Completely.
And but they investigate both the same idea.
And I think they act as they choose symbols, symbolic objects to express, I think, a kind of similar
idea
statement,
yes,
but with different kind of symbols, completely different. For example, Rebecca Lawrence, it's all about objects, daily objects, and maybe it could be not the only way. For other artists, could be technological objects or something. Technical reuse of materials, for example.
We choose both Broadhead and Lawrence also because, I mean, we started talking about pearl complexions of Jean Fouquet. So it was something like to close a circle, and we wanted to give this kind of contemporaneity. A pearl is perfectly round. A pearl was the perfect, historically speaking, was the perfect
and it is a perfect symbol of
women, symbol of women, and of course it is always identitarian. And even today, if you think, I mean, probably in the United States,
the prototype of jewelry.
Yes, but if you think, I mean, probably in the United States it's different, but here in Italy, in Europe, and especially in Italy, every bride enters the church with a pearl necklace. So it was, historically speaking, was a female attribute with incredible with really long historical symbol of pureness,
purity,
with subtle glares, which was not striking as the precious stones, and it is.
And I think also that for example, new objects in jewelry, and I reconnected to the technological objects that becomes jewelry, like the headphones, the micro headphones, or the other kind of devices that when they become ornaments for the body, they maybe has a little detail, like a little diamond or a little pearl. They are
always
still,
obsessed.
It is still a symbolic element of jewelry, and
Yeah.
I think that it's difficult. I know when you ask about contemporary object that can transfer the same messages, the same powerful messages as in the past through the work of arts. And it's really difficult to find some elements that are as powerful as, for example, pearls. That was the way that we offered this element for this conversation. It's maybe digital or other kinds of elements that can being put in a new form of jewelry that now we have not yet experimented so much, like transhuman. Like we talk about transhuman
Yes.
with Chiara Scarpetti
Yes.
a couple of days ago, or with other in artificial intelligence that can be that can have a role in art, in other work of arts, to speak to our next generations of collectors or observers.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's interesting that you talk about the kind of technology as like symbolic adornment that is representative of a particular moment in time. I think it's also interesting to think about, you know, not just styles, but I think like symbolic materiality, you know, throughout time. Like you're talking about the pearls, and like it's still very common for people to wear pearls to their wedding. Obviously, the color of pearls, the white dress, you know, all of this is like part of this kind of historical purity narrative around women. But it's interesting
we are
because
we are a result. I mean,
our statements.
Yes, of course, and this is the power of jewelry. I mean, when you wear something,
you are the result of elegance, an elegant statement. You're very.
I too wear pearls.
You're showing tonight. Well, because for us it's the evening, or
yes,
today. You're showing today a certain choice of elegance, of European elegance, even if you are wearing a Japanese stylist. But I mean, it is a European choice to represent yourself in a way that has to state, to state your symbols. For example, it's just an example, but
yes,
you are inspiring me elegant in this moment. Today, you're inspiring me elegance. So this is a result of the language of body associated to jewelry, fashion,
and adornments. Yes,
yeah.
it has a broad range of reading and of messages, of course. But the core of our talk, I mean, we wanted to highlight the fact that, I mean, real power of jewelry lies also in not only in the jewels themselves, but also in portraits that could be really different kind of preciousness, and that also contemporary jewelry gave us the possibility to change completely the idea of what is precious and what is not precious.
Mhm.
So I think we try to give an idea of this historical path and connecting different words, as Eliana and I always try to
Attempting.
Yes,
Attempt.
attempting.
Amazing. Well, I thank you both for bringing this fantastic discussion to New York City Jewelry Week for our day 7. This is a really just, the depth of research is just, so fascinating. And I think it's always really insightful for our audience to have this opportunity to interact with these very specific readings of these different pieces of content that relate to jewelry that for them may appear disparate, but when you bring it together for us in this very kind of narrative context, it just is so exciting. And I think we just love it. So thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Eliana.
We enjoyed this connection. I think we will share also with our European audience. I suggest all European audience to connect to your YouTube channel to follow and share this conversation again. So,
amazing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you both. It's great to have you. All right, folks, we are heading into our next program now. We have had a great morning already, and we're heading into the afternoon. We've got 3 more things for you, and I'm going to introduce our next program and bring our next guest to the stage. So next up, we are going to hear a fantastic conversation between Kalkidan Hoex and Sarah Rachel Brown. I'm going to introduce them both and then bring them up to the stage. Kalkidan was adopted from Ethiopia and brought up in the Netherlands. In her multidisciplinary work, she examines the pervasive feeling of living between 2 worlds that has followed her for most of her life. Her work speaks directly to those she considers a part of her own identity, youth of mixed descent who were adopted out of their country of origin or had to flee with their families from their birthplace. Despite the differences in backgrounds and upbringing, she feels that they share common interests and viewpoints. And Sarah Rachel Brown, who is her co-panelist today, is a contemporary jeweler, facilitator, and podcaster. She is the host and producer of Perceived Value and currently lives in Philadelphia, where she holds down a full-time day job and hustles as a contemporary jeweler on her nights and weekends. It is my great pleasure to welcome Kalkidan and Sarah to the stage. Welcome to Jewelry Week.
Hello.
Hi. All right, I'm going to hand things over to you both, and I will see you very soon.
Yeah,
Thank you. Hi, Kalkidan.
Hey, Sarah.
Where are you at right now?
I'm in my apartment. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You live in Amsterdam?
Yes. Very recently, though. Yeah, very recently. Like since July now. And I work there. So yeah, it's really nice.
Lovely.
It's really
what do you
nice.
do for what's your day job?
Let's see, 5 days in a week at least I work in my studio. So then I'm just making jewelry and making other objects. And I also teach at NYC Jewelry, so Emma Sierat, the master.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
So there, like my co-worker or co-partner is Ted Note. So we work together, and I also work at the Breitner Academy. That's also an academy where I teach 1 day a week the bachelor students. So it's really fun.
Oh, I had dreams of moving to Amsterdam. I love that city.
Yeah.
And I remember looking into that academy to see how I could make it work. As financially, it wasn't going to work out, so I didn't really pursue it. But that's incredible. Those students are so lucky to have you.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they're happy.
Yeah, right. With those student reviews. Okay, so today, first of all, I am so excited to facilitate this virtual talk for you because even my own personal curiosities around you have always been heightened. And so just to get to talk with you is exciting.
Nice.
the focus of our conversation is based around your new series of work coming out, I Am Motherland. And when I was thinking about how we could direct your conversation, the one thing I kept coming back to is that the series of work is so intimate, and it speaks to your worlds as mixed identity, living between two worlds, and then the third world where those intersect, and how this work is an expression. So I really am excited to focus on just you and giving everyone here insight as to where you grew up, your family, and how these two worlds came to be, and your experience living within them. That sound good?
That sounds real good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then for everybody listening, I just wanted to give insight. As an audio journalist, I'm always very mindful of vulnerability, and when individuals like Kalkidan are so excited to be transparent about their backgrounds. And so if anybody's wondering, we've already kind of gone over a rough outline of this interview. She said yes to all the questions I want to ask, and she's fully comfortable with everything we're going to discuss today.
Yeah.
All right, let's dig in.
Absolutely.
Okay, so you live in the Netherlands. You are adopted. May I ask how old you are?
I'm 28.
Oh, you're 28? Okay.
Yeah.
And so you were born in Ethiopia, correct?
That's right. Yeah.
And where do you know where you were? Where were you born in Ethiopia?
Addis Ababa, which is the capital city of Ethiopia.
Oh, okay. How big is it? Pretty.
Big.
Oh, okay.
Big.
Like, big.
I'm not good with numbers.
Yeah. No worries. But it's like a larger city, of course.
Yeah. No, it's like one of the biggest cities, definitely. Yeah.
Okay. And then, so you were born in Ethiopia. How long did you live in Ethiopia?
Yeah, so I was adopted in 1995, but I was born in 1993. So I lived there almost for 2 years. And it's like before, like even before my adoption. So first, like my story is always like, for me, also some like a mystery, because I was like, I was a found child. So like in that time, like 1993, it's really this time period where Ethiopia was also struggling economically, but so I was a found child. So I lived first in a home, and then I couldn't stay there, and then I lived with other people who found me, and there I lived for a year, and I was there kind of like the people who were like, we want to give her up for adoption, because it was also kind of complicated back then that when you're not family, you sometimes become a housemaid or something else. So we were like very aware of that. And then I lived for like I don't know, half a year in like a child's home. How do you say that? Like child's home.
It would be like a orphanage or
orphanage. That's a good one.
Yeah,
it was definitely an orphanage, and there like children get adopted, and then I got adopted in 1995 by my Dutch parents, and that's like bit how like I went from there to there to there to there to there to there. Yeah.
Can I ask a question? So with your Dutch parents, were they looking through like an agency? Like, how does a Dutch couple get connected with an Ethiopian baby?
It's also so different from like now. Now Ethiopia is not letting any kids being adopted anymore. That's one thing. But back then they did like with an organization called Working with Africa. That's how they called themselves. And through there, my parents, like, they have to do like a lot of paperwork. So before me, they already adopted a daughter out of Brazil, and a son out of Colombia, and my nieces are from Nepal, and so it's like my family's very multicultural. Like my aunts are from Indonesia, so they kind of knew how this process was all going, but it's a lot of paperwork, and it's a lot of looking in. They did look into countries, so they also, the organization helps you, and they say like, okay, we can offer different. There are different countries. What are you? Yeah, it's also their interest, and they check what fits to them. And then Ethiopia came to me, and and then the next step is like, because Ethiopia is huge. But I think they worked directly with the capital cities, and in there the orphanages, different ones. So that's pretty much how my parents got to me. Like the story they always tell me, which is kind of, they were like, yeah, we got like they got a message, like they got called, like, okay, we have like somebody for you, and then the first thing they get, like by mail back then, like real mail, so no email but real mail, like they got a picture of me, and then they were like,
that's going to be your baby, like you get to pick your baby up at this time, and etc. Wow. And so your parents, they adopted many children. Did they ever talk to you about what their intention behind that was, or what inspired them to create this multiracial family?
Well, it's kind of funny. My mom, like she always said that she wanted to adopt. My dad, well, I think he was more like comfortable with it. He was like, yeah, sure. But I think he got mostly influenced by my mother as well. And I don't know, she told me like a few years ago, she was like, yeah, it was because when I was like 15, she had a dream or something, and in her dream she recognized that she was going to take a different path, and that she would have like such a multicultural family, and she got inspired in a way.
Okay.
Exactly.
I like mom.
And I was like,
cool.
Okay. I was like, sure, yeah. And and she kind of held on to this idea, and she got more fascinated. And my father, it's always like a mixed how do you say that, a mixed message for me too, because my dad is always like, he wants to be good to the world, and like, you know, and he wants to help always, and he's like very generous in it, but I'm always like, okay, it's a mixed feeling being adopted because your parents want to do good, or they adopt you because, you know, that's like, I don't know, their wish or their dream. I mean, that was always like a mixed thing for me, but those are like kind of the stories they told us. I also think I was more interested in knowing than my brother and sister. They're it seems more fine, and I was way more drawn back to my roots, way more.
Your name, I love your name, by the way, Kalkidan.
Thanks.
It's a very beautiful name. Was that name given to you by your Dutch parents, or did you already have that from having lived in the orphanages and that one family you lived with?
I already had that name. Yeah.
You already had that name?
From the start, my name was Kalkidan, and it means promise. So it means like in Ethiopia, the marriage, actually the rings, that is Kalkidan. So that means you're like a promise to somebody else or to your people. That's what they always said to me. You're a promise to your Ethiopian people. So
kind of named after jewelry, and you become a jeweler. I see.
Yeah. So that's what my name means, and is the Dutch name that's added, so it's Ethiopian and Dutch. Yeah.
Can you say your last name one more time, because I think I've been saying it wrong?
Hoex.
Hoex. Okay, it's not hoax, y'all. Everybody's home saying it. Hoex.
So we got that right.
Okay. So you moved. You're in the Netherlands. Were your Dutch parents in more of a city or the countryside? Like how would you describe where you grew up?
Countryside.
Yeah.
Super countryside. That meant that like our family was like, that was like
noticeable
family with like, you know.
Oh, so,
well, I lived like in a small town, and it was, I don't know, I had friends, but at the same time I also had like a lot of people I didn't like. I don't know, they were so different than me, and like, you know, they were like always things that I had issues with, like my hair, and like I look different, and people were always like admiring me, like I belonged in a museum or something. It was really annoying. Even when I was very little, I already knew, like, I always had like also little comments when I was little already, like, not that I really knew what I was saying, but it was always a reaction on this annoying perspective. But on the other hand, of course, people are curious, but it's really annoying. And when I got older, things changed, and like puberty comes, and then you're like, I need to have straight hair, and I want to fit in, because, you know, the whole representation of Black women, definitely when I was growing up, was like Beyonce was there. I had Destiny's Child, like even that was like more my sister's time, but still that was it. And then sometimes I was even sad or confused why like Beyonce was still having straight hair, like always, and I was always like, oh, so Black women can also have straight hair, but is that then something I should do, or like? And at some point I just kind of changed, because I don't know, I thought this whole glossy straight hair was the beauty standard, and that's
the beauty standard.
And also what boys thought was pretty, that was also the thing, right?
How did you navigate that with, okay, so your Dutch parents, I'm sure I don't know, I wanted to ask you about this. When you start to recognize that you're living between these two worlds, right? That you have this other identity, ways in which your Dutch parents, how did they try to facilitate you learning about that identity? Like, how did your mother know how to care for your hair, and did she go out, like, put forth the effort to try to help you with that, or were you just kind of figuring it out yourself?
Actually, I was. And it's also different times. I think mothers right now, definitely with all the movements and all this awareness, and there is so much more view on it. It's so different than when I was growing up. My mom didn't know anything, and I was also the only one. My brother and sister from Colombia, they have like more bigger curls, so they're like,
oh, okay,
and
different
texture, and I really have afro hair, so no, my mother didn't know what to do with it. They were like, they even like once, like, I always wanted to have long hair, but it was really hard for them to handle, so they always like would braid it, but then they would keep it in too long, and then of course it like regrows together almost to dreadlocks.
Oh yeah.
Then at some point she didn't know what to do, and she was like super confused, and she just cut off my hair, and I was like, no. That was all I remember. I was so angry, and I think I was like 6, and I was so angry, and she was like, yeah, but we'll grow back, and like I was like, hell no, this is it was my hair. And also I didn't know like what to do, but it was also it was my hair, and it was like it like took time to grow and take care of it, but it was really hard, and my mom also didn't know what to do, and she wasn't prepared for this. And I think when I was 12, that's when, or well, also 11, 12, that's when I got like the longer box braids, and she had to take me all the way to like the bigger cities, because around our town there's no such thing. Like now it's more, but back then it was no such thing as like a afro shop or barber shop or something. There was nothing, so we had to go to the bigger cities, and even there it was quite new, and like in the Netherlands, and there like, was this whole box braiding. And I remember still today the first time I came into one of these stores, and I was like, what? Like there were so many people sitting there, and they were like braiding their hair, and they were eating, and they were like chatting, and I was like, I felt so comfortable. And then my mom was like, okay, I think I can just go shopping and pick her up later. And I remember I was like, yeah, that's fine, like, but we got a lot of work to do, because that hair. And I was like, so no, I didn't get that much. I learned everything through YouTube, and social media, how to do my hair when I was younger, and then now I kind of know how to work with it, but still sometimes I still get advice from my people I have now.
Yeah, you're like your new tribe, your chosen family
Exactly.
and community. Yeah. How would you describe your home life growing up, right? Because I feel, no matter the intentions of your parents, obviously good intentions, trying to adopt you and love you and nurture you, but there's just things that they can't do for you. And I'm sure that created tension. How was it in your household with all these different cultures mixing and navigating that?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's super, super complex. I think it's also like a topic that's talked about a bit, but not really. Like it's not like adoption is not like really in such a huge conversation that's being
No.
spoken
There's
about.
like a lot. I feel like there's a lot of movies or like parts of shows where it like shows the couple who's like so badly wants a baby and they're trying to adopt, but you never hear the story about when that baby's 9 or 10.
And
You
also
know?
like the complexity of it, that of course they adopt a child and they're raising this child, so of course it's your child, but there's always this huge praise for parents who adopt children, that you did that. Like I remember they're always telling my parents, oh my God, and even telling me until today, like, oh my God,
you're so lucky.
like you're so lucky, and they did that. It's so amazing. They must be amazing. And I'm like yeah, of course they're amazing for what they did, but like this doesn't take away that like I had to give up also a lot, like without me giving the choice to it. Neither, I mean, yeah, of course, we can speculate either over like but now you look at what all you have and all the opportunities you had given, and like, and that's very true. But I also lost language. I also lost connection to my culture. I also lost knowing ever what it's like to really have that growing up interaction, and what it really means to be Habasha or Ethiopian, or that's now forever blended. And I made my world out of that, but that recognition is never acknowledged. It's like always the excuse is always like, look at what you have, like look what you're achieving, like, and I'm like, yeah, that's true. And or people say like, oh yeah, but you could have been not alive, I mean, you were found. And I'm like, yeah, that's also true, but doesn't take anything away either, like.
No, you don't have to be eternally grateful and be like, oh, they saved me. I should just be thankful to be able to exist here. You can still be angry and resentful and have all these other mixed emotions about it. I think that's so important.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so that's always like a thing with adoption. But I also think that it's also it did give like a lot of, how do you say, the complexities in a sense of how bonding went, because of how from the day I was born, I just moved around a lot as an infant. That's quite intense. And that always, like, I remember my mother said to me, and she always kind of, well, not brought it as a joke, but was more like, oh yeah, this happened. But when I was adopted, I actually cried my eyes out that this white woman was taking me. And then until I was at the Dutch airport, I saw well, my future brother and sister. Not that I knew that they were my brother and sister yet, but I saw them and I ran to them, and they're both black. So my mom was always like, yeah, you immediately ran to them, and it was like, oh, look at that, and they like received you as their sibling. And I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not quite that fairy tale kind of aspect. It's more so like you saw someone that looked like you and you felt safe.
Yeah, and I got really sick back in the Netherlands, and they couldn't explain why. And then I got better, but like this whole coming into a new environment, this whole overcoming this all, it was like for intense for almost you're not even 2 years old yet. That's like, and
Yeah.
then throughout how my parents started to raise me, I think we have a lot in common, and I learned a lot from them, and I have so many Dutch traits. I mean, that's in there now, and I love it. But how do you say it? Like, to connect with them deeply, that always has left like a little crack.
Yeah, it's hard to like fully connect like emotionally in that deeper level. Yeah, I get that. So to be able, I want to talk about the new tribe, because that is the work that introduced me to you, and I learned about you through, which is exciting to talk about. But to get there, I want to ask, when did you start nurturing your creativity? Like, how did you become a jeweler?
So that started in Maastricht. So Maastricht Institute of Arts. That's where I studied. And I started to finish my bachelor. So I did that 4 years, and then my master as well for 2 years. So 6 years in total. And I don't know. I didn't go first to become a jewelry designer. I first went as an art teacher, that I thought I wanted to be an art teacher. And there I just got this fascination of making, and I wanted to make more and go deeper into that. And then I switched to design, where I got introduced to jewelry design. And our department has like a lot of facilities for jewelry design, so that was also a big trigger. And then I got taught by Shikita Nahar and Shinat Janssen, and they are both jewelers. And I got fascinated how you can bring such a deep story and so many deep meanings to jewelry, and how it can be carried and taken by others, and how the story can develop further in the world while other people wear your jewelry. The conversation can go beyond your studio, and I thought that was super fascinating. And I wanted to do that. That was for me like, okay, in the beginning I was crap. I was really bad.
Yeah.
I was
oh, well, aren't we all?
Yeah.
Got to make a lot of ugly stuff.
Yep. It took some time. But I think it's also for me personally, so I can only talk for me personally, but for me it was very much the nurturing within the school. So that stimulated that I became like more open, and I felt more comfortable also, well, mostly by my teachers, by showing work and showing my identity, and that I was looking for it. And then this whole process of that they looked with me is how I came to the new tribe. There is where I started
to develop that. Okay. I have to rewind for a second, because, so you finished school in this very small town where I'm sure the diversity was minimal in your upper class and etc. So then when you were choosing to go to a school, were you, in your mind, were you thinking, I want to go somewhere different, I want to go somewhere more diverse and find individuals that I can relate to more? Or how did you choose your school?
I didn't choose on that, because I remember I was 21 when I started academy, and I was still stuck in like a delusional dream or something. But I was still stuck in like that I didn't know who I was, and I was constantly representing myself as somebody who I wasn't at all. So I didn't look at that. I just wanted to go to an art academy where I would feel comfortable. And so I looked at different schools in the Netherlands, and I felt most comfortable in Maastricht, and that's where I stayed. So that was not a choice.
How far away from it? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. How far away from it was it from your hometown? Like, was it in a larger city, or where was it?
No, from my hometown it was an hour by car, so that's not that far. But pretty much that.
So you go to school. Also, by the way, no matter I have interviewed so many jewelers, and so many jewelers are like, I never meant to be a jeweler. Actually, Like, I went for pre-dentistry. Like, I feel like we all fall into jewelry somehow. You see the equipment over there,
Yeah.
and you're like,
yes,
maybe.
yes.
Yeah. Mhm.
My future.
So at this time, I mean, speaking through the way you describe yourself, you're kind of living in this one world still. And not really, I mean, you are in these two worlds, but you haven't really explored your identity much. You find these professors, or mentors, maybe, depending on how wonderful and close they are to you.
Yes.
And you start to explore your identity. Now, were they kind of pushing you and wanting you to explore this?
Yeah, but not, yeah, they did, but like not in a very pushy way. They just let me, it's always nice, or what I found very nice is that for me, it was also standing up and making mistakes. And it was also for me very, I don't know, it was very close, and I try to very protect myself constantly, and just showing little bits and just stimulating, like, because I remember, like, in my third year, I made something a bit connected to Ethiopian style. I did a little bit of research. I showed like a little bit of that in my jewelry, and then I remember that, like, Jeanette Janssen, which was my teacher, she was like, oh, maybe like, you can continue more on that, and like, it's interesting. And so it's like soft hints and helping you more, and then also letting me decide if I want to do that. So yeah, and that's how I was like, I really like this, and I like that, like, this whole feeling, the feelings that came free, and all the discoveries about my own heritage, about how it's also super mixed with my Dutch heritage, and like now where we are after the new tribe, and it became like, into so many different,
I mean, you said something that stuck out to me, that through all of this is, you said something along the lines of, like, I had to want to do it, like, the subtle hits, but it had to be on your own accord. And I do understand that, and I think that's a very powerful part of this, that your parents couldn't push your heritage on you. It had to come from you wanting to do it. Yeah. Okay. So the new tribe. Can you give everyone listening a description of what the new tribe is, and what, like, who it is, what it is, and what it stands for?
So as in the introduction, you guys already heard, I think, what the new tribe is about. But it's more than just a jewelry brand. It's also not only about making jewelry, or me making jewelry and then representing that, or making arts. I feel like I definitely flowed into different disciplines, because it's not just jewelry for me. I made jewelry pieces, but then more represented into a comic in my master's. And now, for example, with I Am Motherland, it's a complete film. So it goes, like, for me, different directions. But what I personally got really involved with, and what I actually really liked, is, like, in Rotterdam, I did like a project with the municipality of Rotterdam, and then with State of Fashion, and they got artists who could, like, work with a neighborhood in North, and to get more social contacts between different people living in a neighborhood, because it was getting very mixed, and they were always like, the municipality was getting, like, also complaints that people kind of didn't understand each other, and different norms and values, different cultures, and so on. And they asked, like, artists to maybe explore that. How can you get people into conversations? How do you get to understand each other's cultures, or get in a conversation with each other in a space, maybe, or through art or jewelry, that, like, can start that conversation without, like, that there is, like, no wall, that maybe, not a real wall, but like this feeling that there's something in between that would, like, stop that. And I thought that project was really nice, because I did, like, I called it Gear Up. So it was like youngsters from Rotterdam, to gear up with jewelry, and to speak out their minds about their neighborhoods, how long they lived there, why, why do they hang out in certain places, and how is that a creative space for them, and not like they're just being creative there and that's it. And like that's really translated that in jewelry in my workshop, and I thought that was really nice how I can use my practice to influence neighborhoods, and that is just as much the new tribe as any ring is that will be sold, or any and it's also very rewarding. It feels very rewarding to see that it can have so much impact, and that like what I learn as a jeweler can have social impact.
Yeah. And so with this project, I've seen a lot of video from you, and I do really value that about you, that you're a jeweler. I mean, at the heart of it is these objects you're making, but you do so much around it, and to create these visuals to bring it in. I've seen a lot of video where it's like people dancing, a lot of color. You did the music for it. I remember asking you about that. Is that part of that project that you did?
Not this one, no. I have multiples. Like I feel like I did one for my bachelor, then for my master's, and sometimes I still do some videos in between. But they're also very spontaneous. So what I like is that the jewelry pieces sometimes just come with me, and then we think like, oh, we want to do photo shooting, and then like it's also I always say that I like real people, real stories. So I always have people from out of my own community who represent the jewelry pieces. So I actually never get models, and they tell the story the best, because what happens is in such a situation there's like a vibe or like a cultural moment happening where there's suddenly just dance and music, and suddenly it fits with how the movement of the jewelry is, or what it says about the jewelry pieces, and then we just film it, and then we just edit it, and we're like, and then it's not that it has to be a perfect film, but it's just this moment that needs to be captured, and that's what we try to do.
Yeah, it's natural. When I was researching the new tribe, there was a quote on your website that I loved. I'm going to read it aloud. I've realized that I want to keep finding ways to also be effective rather than have a career that is only based on success. And when I thought about that, and I thought about New York City Jewelry Week, and the topic of this week is the power of jewelry, I thought that related and kind of overlapped in such a lovely way. And hearing you talk about this work where you worked with the city to create this video and your jewelry pieces within it to help different cultures kind of understand each other better, like that's so powerful and effective. I just wanted I had to acknowledge that. I think that's really incredible.
Thank you.
So the new tribe, do you describe it as also a lot of individuals who relate to you in terms of mixed identities and probably have been adopted and removed from their native country, or et cetera? Do you have a lot of individuals in your direct community that you have found that have the same kind of background and upbringing as you?
Now definitely, plenty. But that also grew. You also find them like through like
I was gonna say, how do you find individuals like that?
It's actually also really nice. Like I don't know, I think my art helped a lot personally with finding these people as well. They see they can reflect themselves in the work, and then you get into conversations with people and you just realize how much it relates, even that the stories are not always completely fitting, but like it relates in how you feel, and like it has different layers, but still. And that has been growing, and some of these people became like really friends, and others are just sometimes talk to, or
your community is everything. I am so curious. So how are you really close with your siblings and parents still? Like, having grown up and explored your identity, has that complicated your relationship the more that you've kind of moved away from that? Yes, maybe.
It's It's okay now, but
Yeah.
like, to be honest, I don't have the best relationship to my siblings or my family. But
Yeah.
yeah, that's for many reasons. But also, I also am still growing, and I feel like some days I feel more like how I try to find places where I'm just finding peace with things, and that's also very important.
Yeah.
And at some points, I feel like I still have to heal in places as well, and that's how I try to sometimes try to get a better bond, but it's kind of also sometimes backfires. And so the complexity is
Yeah.
very high, but
Yeah.
we're growing. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what it's all about at the end of the day. And I'm sure you continue to find your chosen family and those individuals that do make you feel good and lift you up. And
Yeah.
and it grows. I have to ask, have you gone back to Ethiopia since you were removed from there? I don't want to say left because you were removed, so I feel like that's a better way to describe it. But
it's all good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I went back in 2010, and I was 16, so it's like a bit of a teenager back then. But it was very, it had a huge impact, definitely. I felt it mixed things. It was in ways it felt like, whoa, so many people who look like me, and also that like they treat you like Ethiopian, no matter, like they see that I'm super Western, but like still treat me as Ethiopian. And that was, I don't know, I felt that was quite heartwarming. And also, it doesn't matter where you are in the world, like even here in the Netherlands, like if people, other Ethiopians or Habasha, Eritrean, they see that you're like from Ethiopia or Eritrea, they're like, they really see that, and they also appreciate that. So even in like this store, or when I'm walking, they're like, oh, Habasha, and then I'm like, yes, and then they're like, they just give a little bit acknowledgement, like, hey, how are you doing? It's not like a full conversation, but that's really nice. And that was in Ethiopia. Even in Ethiopia, it was really strong, and I thought they were very powerful people, and like really, but it was also a struggle, of course, because I was young and I was like confused, and my mother was also there, my adoptive mother, and like for her it was like, oh, and then the tension of also your parents on you because you're going back together. I personally didn't really like that, so I went back to Ethiopia now, like now that I'm like older and I can go by myself or with friends or something. But until now it's been a bit tricky, or like not tricky, but more that I feel like I first want to like work more on myself, and now I feel like I'm more ready. Like there's always moments where you're like, oh, I think now I'm ready to go and to explore more even.
That makes a lot of sense. Oh man, I can only imagine how complicated that trip would have been. How long were you in Ethiopia when you were 16? Like how long was that trip?
Oh, we were there for like a month or something, or a bit more.
Wow.
Yeah, I was just done with high school and I graduated, and it was really early. Like I think I graduated in April, and then we were like, like the new year here and like a new school year started in September. So what are you gonna do in between April and September? And then we were like, they were like, my mom was like back then, like, oh, let's maybe we can go to Ethiopia. And then at first I was doubting it, and then people who were also adopted from the same organization, they went back and they said like, like the child's home or the orphanage where I was and also she was, they recognized me in a picture there they still had, and then they were like, we saw the picture, and they would love to see you again. And they were like, maybe you can find, they thought they could like, maybe find my mother, but that never happened. But that's what they thought. So that were the first intentions. for going back to Ethiopia, and I was like just done with high school, and I was like, okay, like I have no idea what I'm going to expect right now, but we're going. And then we did like a trip through Ethiopia, through mostly the north, and we saw beautiful things. And then through there, eventually they said like it's kind of impossible to do a search. That is definitely in the year of like 1993, somewhere there in that year, because like paperwork was also really bad, but also because I wasn't born in a hospital, so very complicated. But that's how that first experience was. But I want to go.
I'm excited for you to get to go back on your terms.
Yeah,
that'll be exciting for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we should talk about Motherland, because we have, approximately 15 minutes left. I want to leave some time for questions as well. Okay, so Motherland, new series of work. And it is described as the objects. I really like the way you said is, I am Motherland is how I ground myself. Can you speak more to that and what this project is? Because it could be anything. I mean, you make jewelry, but you make so many other things. So what actually is I Am Motherland?
Yeah, so I realized that like, I don't know, I feel like I'm in a stage where I realize that the new tribe is not just a blend of two different worlds, but I really recognize in my work, and also by talking to other people, that it's more like a new world is created, and like a third world where like a lot of jewelry pieces or anything that I make, artwork exists that have like a strong feeling to cultural references, usually of course Ethiopia, but you can't place it in the world because it also doesn't fit. So it only fits in my third world, which is basically the new tribe. And that's where I found my motherland. That's like, I am motherland is something that exists within me. And that was the start of this film. I wanted to be able to show this motherland, and there are references in there which are from my adoption, but also a lot of jewelry that reflect this world. And like there are parts in this film where you really feel like you're traveling to a different world. And this illusion that I can create for myself, where I ground myself, as I said, that's what holds me as a person. And that's what I found very powerful, and that's where I drive all my power from, in all the works. And so for the film as well, I made like a painting, but we also made like huge pieces, like almost like a chain headpiece, and we made like this fishernet dress, which really is from old fishernets, and they like take them out of the ocean, and then if they can't repair them, I got them. So that's like all these ornaments, all these items that relate to all these different cultures, but also not placeable. That's how I Am Motherland exists.
There's that element of vagueness there that
absolutely
is relatable, but you can't pinpoint. I'm excited about that. And so for those listening, when does I Am Motherland become accessible? Like, where do individuals see it at? Like, what is that?
Right now it's gonna be in the cinema here in Maastricht, or in Maastricht in the Netherlands, but we have plans. I mean, nothing is set in stone yet, but we have plans as well for New York, and we're trying to get things done. And it will also be shown in Amsterdam at Factor I. And we're like first doing different locations, because it's a film. So if you have seen it, you have seen it. So we try first different locations to show the film, and then maybe after some time it will also be online. But we're trying to, of course, do it in different ways.
Did you, I mean, you talk of creating headdresses and pieces. I mean, you created a film, which is incredible. Is there actual jewelry pieces that you made for the film that people are wearing specifically for it? Or is it just kind of,
It's
are there?
there are like the rings, for example, and some chains, like they're recognizable jewelry pieces people will recognize, but there are also a lot of props in there. So what I like is that something can exist for film, and for that moment where, you know, very prop made jewelry pieces can exist and tell that story. So they're not like all wearable or even art pieces I want to sell. They really are there for the story, and they should be represented all together like that with the film. And so I would definitely do exhibitions like that. But after this, there is coming a collection that is available to the people, because I always want to bring it back to people. But this one was more, for the film directly.
Yeah. Wow. Congratulations on that. That is, I haven't made a film. I can only imagine what goes into that.
Was quite some work.
And so for those who, you know, were at New York City Jewelry Week, I know that your work is available at Santa Patti Gallery in the United States. Hello. I know she has some new tried pieces. My friend Emily has one of your rings. I've tried it on before. I want one. They're lovely. Where else is your work available at to be seen or purchased, etc.?
In the Netherlands. So at I, they're like there, and there are in Denmark and in Japan. So, and there are like, I'm sorry, I'm so bad with names, but
you're doing great.
Because they're like very new. They went there very recently, but they're also available. But those are like multiples. So I have like more multiples because I also want to focus on like my younger audience, that they can afford a jewelry piece. So that's why like there are multiples available in my own web shop. But they're like all the other stores have unique pieces, which are one of a kinds, which is really nice.
So I guess we have an audience. I'm gonna say, if anybody wants to put in questions, you can go ahead and put them into the comments, and I will address them as we go. I just see Barbara saying excellent, a lot of exclamation marks. Thank you, Barbara. If you have any that's Jewelry Week. If you have any questions, please post them in the chat. I actually have seen you have been what is Kalkidan Hoex? Oh yeah, you want to put that in the comments, Kalkidan?
I'll just do it in between.
I also want to you have been doing so much. Like every time I look at your social media, I feel like you're doing a different event. So you want to give me a rundown of like what you've been doing lately?
Quite some things. So I did with State of Fashion, Task Force Fashion is called. There's also with Fashion Clash and Mode, like they collaborate here in the Netherlands. With them I did a collaboration, and I did the comic book and Voices of Fashion, this exhibition in Central Museum in Utrecht, which is another museum here. That's where I showed the Speaking with Hair collection. We did now the work that just went to Japan and Denmark. That was two very new things. And I did like a exhibition that's already 2 years ago with Pata, or at Pata, where I showed like the new works, and where we had this exhibition called "To Majority is Diversity." Plenty of
I've actually gotten to see your work in person, because you did in school suspension last year for Jewelry Week.
Also, that as well. yeah, often. I don't know. I also had like some articles in Current Obsession, and we did in Munich. I did some talks, and I did yeah. Like it's always for me like, oh yeah, and this and that, and normally
and that and that.
Yeah, I am really not the best at like putting them all, keeping them all in my mind. I'm mostly inspired when it comes to like directly interacting with people, and then that you get like this real conversation, and then things happen, and those are things I really remember. So that's why it's like sometimes a little bit hard to.
Yeah, I did see Current Obsession. Did they have an event this past week? I feel like I saw pictures of people together.
Yeah,
what was that?
They have Obsessed right now. So Obsessed month. It's the whole month of November.
Yep.
That's that is right now, and they have the Gem Z group, and they presented their work in the new institute in Rotterdam, and I will also have a talk with Current Obsession on the 26th of November when the movie comes out. So then they come and see the movie, and then we have like a talk about it, and so there will be even more conversations about it on Current Obsession and probably on my own website.
Oh, hi, Alex.
I just wanted to jump in and say hey, and thank you both so much for being here. Our audience is a little bit quiet on the question front today, but are we going to be able to see the film in the US? Is that something that I can share with our audience for future when it's ready, or is it only screening in the Netherlands?
Yeah, so that's what we said. Like, we are working on that.
Okay.
I would love to show it in the US as well, but like we were making plans. We're like, okay, we have to see how we're going to do that, and if there's also going to be then the collection and maybe some new pieces as well there to create an event. So we're definitely talking about that. So
yeah, we should talk. Maybe we can help you with that.
Yeah.
Well, this has been so exciting, and I thank you so much for being here. It's really great to have you on this program. This is our day 7, so we're like wrapping up, but I feel like we're also just like getting started. You know, there's like so much great stuff to unpack. Kalkidan, thank you so much for sharing about your life and work, and thank you, Sarah, for joining us and interviewing, getting some love in the chat here. Really excited, and thanks for being part of Jewelry Week.
Yeah, thank you guys as well, and the audience for listening. It's really nice. It was nice to have like a personal conversation. Yeah,
I know. Thanks for having that with me. It's so nice to learn so much about you.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, folks. Well, we're just about to cue things up for the next one, so just give me a moment while I do that. And thanks, Sarah. Thanks, Kalkidan.
Yeah, no problem.
Bye.
Okay, folks, we have a very exciting panel coming up for you next. I am just going to cue this one up. Give me just a minute. Okay. We are heading into the afternoon. It's kind of sad. We're like counting down a little bit. We've got 2 virtual programs and then our little wrap party, and I just don't really want it to be over. I don't know about you all. Thanks for staying with us this whole time and coming on this journey, but I'm a little bit sad for it to be coming close to an end. So I'm really excited to introduce our next conversation, which is a really fantastic panel entitled The Joy of Expression. We're going to be talking creativity, identity, and queerness. So this is an intimate conversation with a really great panel of creatives who are working across various disciplines related to art and design, who are going to be in discussion about queerness as it relates to their practice. So each creator that you're going to hear from today has a different story to tell, thinking about how queerness can oftentimes play a pivotal or a central role in their work, whether this is expressed through the end product, through their identity as creators, or as maybe a publicly unvoiced but pervasive muse. This discussion is going to touch on who we are as humans, what we express through our art, and our journey through life as creators. how we both choose and are forced to navigate it, and the joy that we can find at the end of the day. Joy is also one of Jewelry Week's values, so let's not forget that. We've got great panelists today for you, Aziza Abdullah-Nicole, Rebecca Frank, Robin Arif, and Elaine Samick. And we are, of course, being moderated by the fantastic Elliot Carlisle, who is New York City Jewelry Week's Director of Diversity and Inclusion. It is my great pleasure to welcome the panel for this afternoon. I'm just going to bring everybody up here real quick. Okay. Hi.
Hi.
Hey, welcome, welcome. It's so great to have you all here. I'm so excited for this conversation. Elliot, I'm going to hand things over to you and I'm going to jump out. So take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy Sunday. Happy day 7 of NYC Jewelry Week. And hello to all of these wonderful panelists. I'm excited to be here with you today, and I'm looking forward to this conversation. It should be very, very good. So without further delay, I want to get right into it, and we'll start out. I want you all to introduce yourselves. I was going to introduce everyone, but since this topic is about expression, I would like for you to introduce yourself and express who you are in the industry, but also just in the world and in the creative space in which you exist. So we'll start with Aziza, if you want to.
I was like, I knew it was going to be me first. I knew it was going to be It's okay. My name is Aziza Abdullah-Nicole. I am a Brooklyn-based handcrafted jewelry designer. In my art, I identify with a lot of me into it, heritage, culture, expression of who I am, how I see myself, how I see my friends, and everything else around me, and my style and my personal identity into my craft. And yeah, and I'm just grateful that everybody loves it and rocks with it the way I do. So
I love that. Thank you for being here, Aziza. Alan, how are you?
Photographer, fashion and jewelry photographer, and I've had my own studio now for the last 5 years, and before that I worked as a producer at fashion and sort of photography studios and worked for, big name photographers like Steve McCurry and that sort of thing.
Very good. Thank you for being here, Alan. I'm excited. Rebecca, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing yourself? Good. So I am based in San Francisco, California. I'm in the Mission District, which is like an industrial living kind of mixed up neighborhood. And in my work, I ran Art Jewelry Forum for some years, which is a international platform for collectors and curators and appreciators of jewelry to discover jewelry. And I also am a studio artist, and my work deals with kind of boundaries and flexible identities and the ability to kind of insert yourself inside of a perimeter and see what happens, and the changeability that happens inside of that space. So that's a lot about me and my life in there. So yeah, and I work with steel. I don't work with fine metals.
I love steel.
Yeah.
We will talk. You gave me a trigger word, so we will get into that as soon as we finish these introductions. I'm excited. Robin, happy Sunday.
Hey, how you doing? Good. It's morning time to me still, even though it's 1 o'clock. But this is Robin Urfe. I'm based in Brooklyn. I'm from Brooklyn. I've been back in New York for the last 10 years. I came back to New York specifically for salsa, and also for New York City was the only place at that time where I could delve deep into my metalsmithing. So after going to a couple of different places, I was like, I got to come back home. And I started going to a bench jeweler program, then kind of secluded myself in my studio. And then in the last 4 years, putting my work out there, which works with a lot of fringe, but also with melted elements, things I've broken in my studio. So putting those rough edges with the fringe, the glamour and all that, and then letting people build up and layer, whether they want a little bit or whether they want a lot.
I love that. Well, welcome, all of you. I'm so excited to have this conversation. I really am. But I'm going to get right into it because Robin triggered me when she said the word changeability. And I would like to ask, and we can start anywhere, but Robin, if you would like to go first, since you triggered me, it will be okay. But the word changeability, in terms of when you think of self, and all of you have expressed about how you use your self-expression in what you do professionally, but there's the perceived self, and then there's the actual self. And so when you think of those in terms of the changeability that you speak of, Rebecca, how do you get to that place in navigating through changeability to get to the actual self that most people would deem as their state of bliss or their place of bliss in their creativity? What has that been like for you?
Well, I think for both identity, like understanding who you are, and in your work, like you're understanding who you are as an artist, is that it's a growth thing. It changes. Chances are most people aren't exactly who they thought they were when they were younger. You know, you kind of live life and you're like, oh, maybe I like this too, or I don't like this now. And so I think that's really important. And oftentimes, you know, you want to understand yourself, so you want to kind of define yourself. And I think it's important to understand that those definitions can be changed, and you can change, and your work can change and build on itself. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about when I'm doing it. Because my life has not been like, a straight line. It's been all over the place, and both, who I am as a person and my art as well. So that's what I think about with it.
I love that. Anyone else? I like that. Alon, what about you?
Gosh, I think if we're talking about this idea of mutability, specifically, much like Rebecca, my life certainly hasn't been a straight line. In that case, I started out doing photojournalism work and have ended up in a very kind of commercial space, which I never thought I would do, because this is, to be very frank, when I was younger, the sort of work that I found down upon that I do now. I used to sort of be one of those people who very much mocked fashion and fashion photography, and I thought that it was like shallow and vapid and not something I ever wanted anything to do with. And I've built a life on that work now, and it's been incredibly good to me. So I feel bad even voicing having had those feelings. But yeah, none of us are who we thought we were when we were younger. And sort of to your point, this sort of idea of the public self versus a private, I think kind of as queer people, we're intimately familiar with having to constantly play this game of, at least for most of us, I think maybe specifically for a generation of us, perhaps this is no longer so much the case with younger kids. But I'm 32, so for me, I'm still part of a generation where growing up, you always kind of had to navigate each space that you were in and your identity and how you performed it. And you had to be sort of very calculating about those things. And sometimes, as a gay man, it's sort of very advantageous for you to play up your gayness. And I'm guilty of doing that to this day, very much so in my life, when it sort of benefits me to do so. That's a very honest thing. And it certainly helps with, dealing with a certain kind of clientele. And it certainly has helped get me, I think, in many ways, which is probably shocking to hear from most people of a specific generation. But in many ways, it's helped to propel my career, which is not something that I sort of expected when I was younger, right? And so there is sort of that part of you that feels a little bit like a put on sort of thing, right? Where you're kind of really outwardly performing your queerness for an audience because it somehow benefits you in one way or another. And then there's your sort of private self, which is, for me at least, incredibly mundane and not very glittery or sparkly or any of that sort of thing. So I think to queer people uniquely, I mean, we all do this as human beings, but for queer people uniquely, I think we're constantly ebbing and flowing from one role to the other in the ways in which we perform outwardly, our identities, our sexuality, whatever the case may be.
Oh, that was so good. You said so much. When you look at expression, when you look at art, and even if we just take jewelry, since this is Jewelry Week, jewelry is an art. How when you look at changeability, when you look at identity, and as both you and Rebecca brung out that your identity can change and your identity will change and evolve. How has that affected your creativity as your identity changed and your creativity went with your identity? How has that been for any of you? Like what's
I'll say just to jump in very quickly. For me, I have never found sort of my identity as a human being a kind of obstacle or something to overcome. And I'm very lucky to say that, because that isn't the case for most people out in the world, and depending on what part of the world you're in. But as far as the work that I produce, I have found that the more open and honest I've been in my life about sort of who I am, and the more embracing I've become of that, especially later in life, the older that I get, embracing every sort of aspect of it, including embracing every kind of stereotype about it, and sort of just sort of living within that sort of unabashedly. It's made my work better. It's made my work sort of more profound. It's made everything that I do, even the very commercial work that I produce, much more meaningful, because it comes from a point of view and a vision that is much more honest and truer to who I am as a person. And as creatives, I think that is profoundly important for all of us, regardless of the medium that we work within, because it makes our work truer and therefore better.
I love that. I love that. Robin, you nodded a couple times, but I was going to go to you because in what Alon was sharing, I was thinking about challenge for those who have been challenged in that expression, because even if we just look at queerness, it's all based on varied expressions, and there's so many stereotypes, as Alon spoke to, that go along with those expressions, but to do it effectively, or to exist in that space effectively or holistically, I believe peacefully even, you have to embrace all that goes with it. With you, I know you shared a little bit about some challenges that you've had, but how have you navigated that and just embracing everything that goes with it?
I think a couple of things, I'm gonna try to keep my thoughts straight. Like a couple of things, like with my work, and this has been just an overall theme. It's like either I'm too quiet or too this, and then, or I'm too rough around the edges. I've heard a lot of different things around that. And I think in my studio practice, especially like 4 years ago, when I was coming to terms with certain things and making these amendments to myself, and amending certain things that I was taught about myself that were incorrect, I was also dealing with the physical ramifications of it, just like frustrated, and that was going into my work. And a lot of my work is like this delicate fringe that I hand hammer, but in itself, the hand hammering is gentle, but also rough. Like I let that energy out there. It's out of love, but it's also, it came from just frustration. And my jewelry practice, I do a lot of hand fabrication, is a lot of me just physically, I had to let something out. And even like the rough pieces I have in my pieces, and I want to keep that in there, that's volcanic, that has like some of like the city grit. I want to keep that because I want to be delicate, I want to be soft, I also want to be hard. I want to have pieces that are pointy and jagged and what people would stereotype as rock star, and then this delicate breezy stuff. And I've always had a bit, even as a child, I knew who I was, but I had other folks, my folks, who were dealing with their things and had to like project their stuff. And so for me, in order to get back to where I was, I had to go back to those places carefully and make those amendments with myself and say, hey, like this was fine. Like not only do I have to tell myself that, I neurologically have to tell myself that, like every day, just like it is okay to be here. And when Alon was talking about performance, sometimes I felt like because of how I am, and at a time when I was an adolescent, I was around a lot of queer kids. We were all living at home. And I just didn't feel like, even though I was dealing with certain things and I was a little safer over there, my queerness wasn't like theirs. So I also kind of went in like this. So I was, in the last 4 to 5 years have been telling myself, let me just be. And whatever comes out, comes out. And I don't want to perform for folk. but I also want to celebrate. And so it's like constantly checking, are you performing? Do you feel like you have to be like, even with my work, do I have to show off, or am I doing this from honesty? Am I doing this from celebrating and wanting to be with other people? But because of my childhood and my life, it's kind of like I sometimes feel like I have to perform. So I'm part of this community, or I'm a part of this place. And I have to tell myself, no, just do your work, have that, that time with myself, and it'll come out naturally the way it needs to.
Yeah. That's you said a lot of things that are really good. When I was growing up, I remember, I don't know how old I was, but I want to say I may have been in the 2nd or 3rd grade. And I had this guy named Kyle. The fact I remember his name, Kyle Warden, but he lived on my block, and he and I had gotten into it about something, and he ended up calling me some names, and it hurt my feelings, and I was crying. And some of the other kids were like, "Oh, you're a baby. Oh, you're a wimp. You're a girl. Only girls cry." And I remember coming, that only makes you cry more, right? So I remember telling my dad about it, and my dad was like, "Let me tell you something, son." And I've never forgotten this to this day, which is why I'm usually the first to cry at movies. I cry. I mean, I'm horrible. But my dad said to me, "Son, being a man has nothing to do with you not being able to cry. Being a man has to do with you being able to make decisions, number one, and also being able to express yourself." And I was a kid when he told me this, and it's something that I've carried all of my life. And so, it's interesting because I feel like I personally was developed and raised, to be able to express myself, which is why I think anybody who's been around me, I have no problem talking or showing up, loudly or boldly. But I've met in my life so many people who are, and I was thinking about you, Aziza, when I first encountered you. That was one of the things that I just immediately recognize with you. You have this fire and this boldness to be unapologetically who you are. And when I experience your personality, it so complements your jewelry. So just I wanted you to talk about what has it been like getting to that space, and then we'll go to Rebecca talking about self-portrait, because I just love what she said.
I'm sorry, my voice is a little lost, guys. So I'm drinking my tea. Just
Okay.
want everybody. But I was raised in a household of speak your mind, express yourself. My father, my dad will cry at any moment. My dad is the most vulnerable, sensitive man I ever known in my life. Okay. And I love it because that taught me so much of the people you surround yourself and how vulnerable people should be, or not should be, but what vulnerability you desire. To be vulnerable is to be seen, to be okay, to be confident, to be accepting, and my mom, she is one person that will speak her mind in any situation. My dad is one that is hard as rocks. And I think that I've always been a child to be who I was. I never did have a situation in my life where I felt like I couldn't be me. If I couldn't be me, then that's not my situation. That's not my crowd. I've always been one to this day, I'm Aziza. You can't change me. You can't do anything. You can't. Nope. This is who I am. I'm stuck like this. This is it. You can only accept me.
Do you think, not to interrupt you, but I want to ask you something there. Do you think, even being able to say that this is Aziza, how do you define that? How do you define Aziza? And I'm saying that, is this something, because I believe many people struggle with even embracing that they know who they are, or they know their self, versus being able to express that, or I use the word explain that, because sometimes even things with me, I can't explain it. I just know this is me,
I say it's just really confidence. I have to just say it's confidence, and really not giving. In every situation, people are gonna always have their own opinion about you, and I cannot change that. And the honesty does not give a fuck. Excuse me. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what were you really gonna say? Because you stopped.
Sorry. Sorry, but it just really doesn't matter to me, because no matter what, I can't force you. It's so many things. I can't force you to change your opinion about me. So why in the world would I ever try? Why would I ever in this world try to conform to a standard that is accepting for you? My dad always said, I remember in high school, my dad was like, listen, I was in high school, was very interesting. But my dad said, listen, baby, you are not leaving with these people. I guarantee you, once you get out of this high school, you will not remember anybody. And I don't. Just a little bit. And he said, do not force yourself or ever try to figure out why someone doesn't like you, doesn't want to be your friend. He said, they're not supposed to be in your life. People come in your life for reasons and seasons. You grow and you move on. Yeah. So I take that with me in every situation. I'm me. I'm expressive. I'm love. I'm light. You know, and if you can't accept, there's something wrong with you. I usually, you know, and I'm just gonna be who I am. You know, and if you accept me for my sexuality, then we're in a win-win. If you don't, then you shouldn't be sitting at my table. There's others that will enjoy me, and that's not you.
But even that's just one expression of you. You know, that's not the totality. So that's just one expression, one dimension of experience you can have with me. But if that's the only dimension that you get to enjoy, or the only dimension you get to embrace, then that's also where I have to leave you. That's
everybody should be getting all of you anyway. I'm that type of person too. I don't give myself to everybody all in one package. So you got to learn more about me, honey.
Oh, girl, you better talk. I'm loving it. Rebecca, I don't want to get stuck here. Let's talk about self-portrait. You said everything that we make is a self-portrait. Talk about that. I think that's interesting about jewelry. Like when somebody, I think it's always interesting, especially with people who I don't know on Instagram, they'll come across a designer's page, whether it's fashion or even in jewelry, and they DM it and say, oh, this is you, or these shoes are you. And I'm like, that's really interesting. Like when you can see something and relate it to a person. I think that's so interesting, especially with people who you don't know. And but talk about that.
Yeah, so it was something that something Robin said made me think of that. You know, everything that we make is a self-portrait of who we are and who we, you know, our experiences. And it was something I was told when I was in school, and it was very freeing. Because like only I can make what I can make, right? And my experiences, my skills, my hands, my stories, my upbringing, all those things are coming out, you know, through my hands into the work. And so it gave me a lot. I struggled with making, you know, this idea of expression because I grew up in not Aziza's household. Oh my gosh, that sounds so wonderful. With such a supportive parent. That's really, that's beautiful. It was beautiful. But I grew up in a household where the word abomination was thrown around. You know, I'm maybe a wee bit older. So it was hard for me to express myself because I was expressing, you know, things that were outside of what was okay, and what was okay by, you know, my parents, by church, my school, my God, all of the things. So it was really hard. And hearing that phrase that, you know, everything you make is a self-portrait and only you can make it, was very freeing to allow me to be myself more. And then, you know, every time I like do something different, I'm like, oh, what does this say about me? And then I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go with that. Where is that gonna lead me? And where is that gonna lead me? So I found that really powerful. It was just another student who said it to me. It wasn't anybody fancy. It was just another student, and it stuck with me. It's been years since I heard that, and I say it to myself. And when I talk to students all the time, you know, I think it's really powerful. Frees you up.
Well, you all are designers, and even for Alon as a photographer, you can speak to this too. For me, there's a certain, even when I get dressed, you know, I think about the mood I'm in, the way that I feel, the way that I want to show up, the way that I want to present myself. And that's the way that I get dressed. But also, depending on what I'm wearing, it also brings me a different energy. The same with jewelry. When I don't wear my jewelry, oh my God. I mean, I just feel so unpresentable. I feel so, I mean, just something is off. I feel like I'm not all the way put together when I don't have my jewelry on. And then there's some days where I'm just lazy, don't want to wear it just for whatever. But I do believe that there's energy in you know, clothing. I believe that there's energy in jewelry, especially. How do you feel about what you do? Even Alon, you know, the pictures that you create, the way that you're able to capture jewelry the way that you do. I mean, your work is brilliant, and there is a energy to what you do. And how do you all infuse the expression of your energy into what you do, and the fact that it resonates with people? How do you feel about that?
I think for myself, when I was in high school, I was going through a bunch of different things, and I was very quiet, simmering. I was trying to survive through certain things. And I was in a high school that I could not stand, in a community that I was not a part of. But I would wear the most brightest things ever. And I would wear these big chunky shoes and these like flamenco skirts, like not flamenco skirts, but the Indian skirts that were like 3-4 sizes that could spread out.
Yeah.
With people like, why do you just wear skirts all the time? Why are you not wearing jeans? I'm like, this is what I want to wear. I can't stand you all. I don't know if I like myself, but I wore such bright clothes. But when I started going, and I would wear this jewelry, and when I started going out into the working world at 18, as an artist, I started like, well, I have to survive. And when I started being around certain men and certain people, it was kind of like, I felt like, and I was working in the hospitality industry.
Okay.
I started just wearing a lot of black, which is beautiful, but I couldn't wear my earrings. I couldn't be slick, or I was wearing like my chef coats, and I didn't know at that time how to express myself. And so over the next couple of years, I would just feel myself feeling down. And then I met like some of my vintage people, like when I came back to Brooklyn, and I did my first shoot with my photographer, Amanda. I'm in this red dress. I was like, I need to get that red dress with all that tulle or whatever it's called. And I got this jewelry on. And I always tell my vintage lady, Gizmo, like seeing her, she must be in her maybe 40s, 50s. I don't know what her age is, but she's always wearing these different prints and stuff like that. I'm like, that was my childhood. That was me putting things together. And you know, there were certain times in my 20s that I would put on like some really bright orange socks, and people were like, yo, that's bright. And I was like, yeah, that's what I wanted. I wanted to kind of blind your eyes when I was like doing salsa dancing or whatever. But I realized I would go bright, and then I would go back into my shell and bright again. And so what I realized was like, for me, clothing and jewelry helps me go out the door. And sometimes I don't know how to speak to people I know how to speak to people, but sometimes I'm nervous. And sometimes I don't want to deal with people. But I'll put on something bright, and I'll put my jewelry on, and I don't have to say anything to anyone.
It speaks.
And it speaks. And for me, while I'm still navigating my past and kind of seeing where I'm going to go with my future, I go back to when I was an adolescent, wearing my bright clothes. Sometimes things don't match. I don't care. Put on my like big chains, and I'm like, this is home. And I think for me, my body and why I create jewelry is this is our home right now on this earth. And go through a lot of stuff, whoever you are. And we're trying to process this, but I got to take care of my home. And then I want other folks to take care of their home. And so that kind of helps me navigate in this crazy world and this beautiful world of saying, I want to take care of my home, and I want to respect other people's homes and adorn their homes. So
I like that, and that's really good. I love the fact that you even connected it back to your childhood. You know, a line you talked about when you were younger, the type of work you do, you frowned upon, but you know, you so mirror your work now. Like, I mean, I honestly don't even know a lot of other, and I know a lot of photographers. I know a lot, but I've never met a photographer who shows up and presents the way that you do. And I'm talking about in everything, the way that you do your Zooms, the way that you dress, the way that you talk, the way, I mean, everything about your expression so mirrors the work that you do. How did you get to that place? Like, what was that journey like? Because I can't imagine you in your photojournalism days. Like, I really can't.
Nobody can. You also forgot to say cheekbones for days. But
yeah, well, I mean, yeah. See what I'm saying?
I mean, please. So I have to beg for compliments around here. But the thing that I have learned very, very, very early on is to play with those contradictions. When I was growing up in Germany, I was a striker on my soccer team. I was also in ballet. And I would play a match as a striker, which is, I think, if you're not familiar with European football, it's a very sort of stereotypically kind of aggressive position to play on the field, and a very sort of stereotypically masculine position to play on the field. And I was just a very good sort of natural striker. So that's what I did. And then, you know, on my way home afterwards, I had my little Discman, and I popped in, you know, Kylie Minogue Fever, and I danced all the way home listening to Kylie, and still to this day do.
Yes.
that was just sort of, that always just made sense to me. Like I never saw the contradictions that people sort of pointed out to me. So when people say things like, you know, I can't imagine you doing the work you used to do. I used to be in the field. I spent like 3 months in India at a time doing photo essays about women and children in post-conflict zones. I spent 2 months in the jungle in Nepal in the middle of typhoon season with nothing but my camera. So that was to me very, pardon?
I said, well, what were you wearing? Because you weren't in YSL at that time.
I wasn't in YSL. I wasn't doing, you know, hand-beaded couture, but which back then I couldn't afford that anyway. But I was in like, you know, I was in typical trekking gear, which is like, you know, beige camo sort of stuff and big rubber boots because it was typhoon season. And, you know, that's how you get parasites, is when your feet sort of land in the mud and that kind of thing, which I end up getting a lot of anyway. This is oversharing. But that's, to me, I don't see a contradiction from that to the way that I live my life. I see that as an aspect, which is sort of what I had touched on earlier when we were talking about performance.
Yes.
I never saw performance as a negative thing. I don't see performance as something that is false either. I don't think of it in those terms. It's just sort of different parts of yourself, and you sort of present one when it suits you and you present another when it doesn't, and that's just what it is. I think we all sort of instinctually and subconsciously do that as human beings, regardless of our sort of sexual orientations and identities and that sort of thing. But we all do that to one extent. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe I just read too much Judith Butler when I was in university. That's kind of how I see the world. And so to me, it was never a contradiction to be a striker and to dance ballet and listen to Kylie Minogue. That's just sort of what it was. But I was a damn good striker, and I was an incredible ballet dancer, if I'm allowed to say so myself. And now I'm one of the best at what I do currently. And I'm not afraid of saying that either. So, but and the way that it sort of permeates all into my work, and at least what I found, especially now kind of later in life, I'm starting to become more and more reflective, and I started to look at my body of work and look for through lines, because I don't think through lines in our work are always immediately apparent to us. I think we have to sort of take a step back and examine that, right? I don't think that we sort of consciously always know this is the plot, this is the story, this is the aesthetic. I think sometimes we step back and we find what we've been doing all along, and that there's a kind of very meditative quality in sort of setting aside a day or two and just looking at your body of work and just really finding the through line. It helps you find yourself in a very funny way. But I found looking through my work is that I would define it as unabashedly classically feminine. And that is something that I've always embraced about myself, early on unconsciously, later in life very consciously. But it's that sort of feminine quality in myself and in my work, I found has become more and more pronounced the more I've honed in on exactly sort of who I am as a person. I don't think any of us come into this life with a clear-eyed view of ourselves. I think that is something we learn with time. And I think that now at 32, I know myself much better than I did at 22. And I've sort of seen the through line, and it's helped me to then say, this is what I've been doing all along in my work. This is sort of the aesthetic. This is the vision. When I was doing it unconsciously, I wasn't doing it as well as I now can, doing it much more consciously.
Ooh, yes.
And so just sort of finding that awareness and finding that through line in your work makes the work better. At least I found. I think in the last 12 to 18 months or so, I've done the best work that I've ever produced. And I hope that that trend continues, because I thought that last year, and I thought that the year before. and now I look at my body of work and I was like, this is the best stuff I've ever done. And I'm so proud of everything that's come out of my studio, like from the last year. And I just have found that in part that's because, well, obviously you get better at a thing the longer you do it. But in part, it's also because I've completely embraced my aesthetic. I don't try to shoot like anybody else. I don't try to do anything like anybody else anymore, like I used to when I was younger. I would have sort of these photographers I looked up to, and I wanted to basically reproduce their work, which is a foolish endeavor. But I don't do any of that anymore. It's just wholly my own, and it's the best work that I've ever done, and I'm so proud of it. And I think that comes from that sort of sense of having a really solid idea about who it is that you are as a human being. You know, just very quickly, I don't want to carry on too long, but our identities, sexualities, orientations, all of those things, how we define ourselves as human beings, they don't define us as people, right? But they certainly permeate every single part of ourselves. They do, whether we admit that to ourselves or not. That little bit of you, it permeates the whole of you. It's like, I had a friend once describe it to me. It's like taking a drop of blue, food coloring and putting it into a glass of water. Yes. It's such a small aspect of you, but it colors the whole thing. It does. Really does.
That's beautiful.
And I think that there is something so beautiful in embracing that. I'm very over words and descriptives. I'm very over trying to describe a thing anymore. I'm really into just letting it be and being in it and sitting in it. I don't care about how you want to define me, what you want to call me, what I have to name myself. I don't care about any of that. I only care about wholly embracing myself. And I think that people who struggle with their identities are people who get really hung up on the terminology. Yes. And I've known so many gay men in my life who will say, like, okay, I think I'm a gay man, but being gay looks like that. And I was like, no, you only think that being gay looks like that because you have a really strict, circumscribed, boxed in idea of what that word means. But forget the word and just be. And that's sort of what my struggle is, I think, especially living in a world and culture today that is so fixated on the terminology. I don't care about the terminology. I just care about people being and existing in their own space and in their whole selves. Obviously, the terminology is important if we're talking about things like, human rights issues, politics, that sort of thing. That's when the terminology becomes really important because we have to fight for those things. And we have to fight for that kind of equality. So that's when defining yourself by a word is really important. Outside of that, in our day-to-day lives, I just found that I am more powerful, freer, happier, produce better work than when I just am my whole self. All contradictions, whether that's being a striker, living in the jungle for 3 months, and wearing, hand-beaded couture YSL.
With beads.
Yes.
And to hold on to like what Alon was talking about, even like in the last years that I was just putting certain things together, I had to look at myself and say, if you're gonna continue being in this business of jewelry and continue this art form and go deeper in it, there's so much that I have to look at myself in the mirror or wherever and say, I have to work on this and work on this and work on this. It's continuously we have to work on ourselves and on our craft. And our business is part of that. And I told myself, you're going to have to be able to look at yourself as a whole and accept yourself and love yourself. We could say self-love, but I have to look at myself and be able to just be comfortable with who I am, even in the uncomfortableness. That may not make sense, but even when I'm uncomfortable, I feel like it's okay. Because if not, I will self-destruct. And I told this to myself in my early 20s. If you don't learn and relearn things, you cannot look at yourself and make decisions and look at your work with an eye of compassion and also being accountable. Because if I don't like myself, then everything I do is going to be personal. Like, oh, I don't like my website. Oh, I don't like people who don't want to buy this from me. People don't want to do that. Oh, I just can't stand myself. And I've had to be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Separate this. And when I come back to the core, it's Robin, we need to work on what's happening in here. And I had to make certain amendments with myself. And one of them was, this is a huge line that was going in my life. And I was like, it's okay to be this way and have fun and enjoy life and just be. But I'm not going to be able to have a business or continue to grow my art if I can't even accept the nuances of myself. Like, how am I going to create for other people and accept their, let them build their story with my jewelry if I can't even accept myself as a human. So in order to explore the different technical parts of my jewelry, in order to explore the creative part, I gotta enjoy being human, even with complex feelings. Sometimes I'm upset. I'm like, okay, let's just be here and work through that. But if I did not do that, in the last 5 years, I knew it was inevitable that my art would just self-destruct. I would just consume myself.
I will look at creativity and being able to work in a field, in the industry, in a craft that you're able to create. Not everybody is in touch with their creative self enough to build a career off of it. So that's what makes you as designers and artists so powerful. And really, it's a privilege. I always tell people that if you're in a creative industry and you get to actually create and live off of creativity, that's a privilege that not a lot of people have. And I also believe that creativity is the highest expression of freedom. I always say that. So when I look at that and I look at creativity and queerness, someone asked in the chat, in the comments, about my necklace. Lee Sin, I think you did. You love the necklace I'm wearing. Thank you. And it's so powerful that I make it. I've gotten so much feedback about this necklace. I'm going somewhere because this is not necessarily, well, it is a necklace. I made it, but that's not what it was. It was just a piece of hardware. It's just a stainless steel chain that I got to go in a bag. And I put it on my bag, and then when I got tired of wearing it on my bag, then I wore it on my jeans with a couple outfits, and I got tired of wearing it on my jeans, and one day it was laying there, and I was like, oh, I wonder how this would look around my neck, and I put it around my neck, and it's one of the most loved pieces that I get compliments on. I get stopped in the airport. I get stopped everywhere about this. And I'm like, oh, it was $10 on Amazon. But that's why I bought it. But I love that I've been able to repurpose it, and it resonates with people in a way, but it goes with my expression of me. But with that, I believe that, creativity is very queer just because it's so free, and there's so many different expressions, and you all have touched on sexuality. So I really want to get into, because there's always this stigma. Anytime you hear queer, it always goes to sex. It always goes to, who someone's sleeping with, or this person is gay, or any of that. But let's embrace sexuality. How do you, with queerness or with sexuality that may be defined or labeled as queer, how do you fuse that into your creativity?
Well, I can talk.
Yeah, your pieces are very sexual. Let's talk about it.
I only got one sexual piece. It's just a vagina. We should all embrace our vaginas.
Okay.
I think with me, I'm an androgynous woman. Mm-hmm. Everyone knows I'm very androgynous. I'm an alpha woman, but I like being submissive at times. But I have my times I'm very alpha as well. And my queerness, it's not even my queerness. It's more of my style. Like, I make pieces. I know with my pieces, I always wanted to make something that I could wear when I'm in my sweatpants, hoodie, and sneakers. But then I could also wear something when I want to feel like the baddest queen walking into the room. Something that I had to get out. To be honest, I'm at the point now, I don't know how to even describe my jewelry. To be honest, it's just what you want. It's just me, because I can't no longer sit there and say, well, my inspiration based on this, that, and the fifth is actually what I dreamed of and how I felt that day. And that's what you got. I don't know what else. Like, I can't. And one thing I realized is just how I feel that day. Well, today I want to be more androgynous and wear something that's stacked. This is me. And when it does come to my line, when it does come to the things that I create, when it does come to me, being in I think the word queer, I like to say, even though I'm young, I still like to say I'm old school, because the way I look at queerness, back before the Alphabet Mafia became the Alphabet Mafia, okay? More of the Alphabet Mafia. Queerness was honestly, to me, was being comfortable, but more of to love all, or to love just really love all. And I'm a person that if I vibe with your energy, I vibe with you. To be honest, I can't say that I'm a lesbian. I can't say that I'm bisexual. I can't say I'm straight. If I vibe with your energy, you could be a tree. We vibing, boo. You hold my hand, okay? And that's what it is.
Not a tree.
And sometimes we look so deep, but then when you get into like sexuality, it's not about, first of all, sexuality is actually, what sexuality is actually confidence. And actually, not only confidence, what are you comfortable with yourself that you can identify yourself with? Okay, for one. And I say that because sex is just sex. There are men that like to be pleased in certain ways behind doors, and there are women that like to be pleased behind certain doors, and there are these taboos that people like, but they are not comfortable to tell the world that this is what I like or how I can identify myself, because we put such a topic on the word sex when sex has nothing to do with what we do in the bedroom. That's something that you like, because there are some things that I'm not going to like from a certain person that I may like with this person, but I vibe with your energy and I want to be with you, but I like sex with you and I like to read books with you, you know? And that's really what sexuality is. It's understanding who you are, being comfortable with who you are, because it really doesn't have anything to do with anybody else. I say, if you date me, you're queer automatically, because I'm a queer woman. You're queer, because but you really have to look at it. It's true. You're queer because you have to be comfortable walking down the street with a woman that loves women, with a woman that is accepting to whoever is energetically connected with her, and you have to be comfortable with that. But you have to look at yourself and identify, why are you so comfortable with this person? Why is it that you like a woman that's such an alpha that when we go out, she's getting more compliments about women than you, and you have to be comfortable with that? It's like you really have to look into the narrative of that, and it really goes deep. And a lot of times, it goes further than surface. You know, that's one thing with sexuality, it is further than the surface. You know, and there are so many different people that I see. My thing when I was young, my dad came out to me about my sexuality. He was like, "Baby, I think you're bi. I think you like girls." And I was like, "I think I do too. You know, I guess. I don't know. I'm just here." And it's always been who I am is going to be who I am, and I'm going to express that in my work. You can define how you may listen. I walk into rooms, there are men that, "Hello, sir. How you doing?" Now keep it going. You can define me how you want to define me, because honestly, inside, in my heart, I know who I am. Not only do I know who I am, I know what I'm comfortable as. I know what you won't disrespect me as. And I know who Aziza is. And that translates in everything. I'm confident. I am who I am. I'm going to speak my mind if my mind is allowed to be spoken, because in some situations you just gotta, just walk away. And there's some things that it's just, I walk in a room and people are like, "Yeah, she's queer." And it's like, "Oh, okay, well, where's the coffee?" So it's just being comfortable, but also just, queerness is just, and it goes deep. It just hits different surfaces. Yeah. And you just got to get out that mindset sometimes. I feel like it's just appearance, because honestly, it's not appearance. It's not just what I like to do in the bedroom. It actually goes deeper than that,
I love that. Rebecca?
Yeah. I wanted to build on both something Aziza and Elaine said, that sometimes the labels, or like these binary definitions, like masculine and feminine, they help people kind of climb out of not knowing who they are and find where they are, and then they kind of go away. So like just this, I can be masculine and feminine at the same time. I also did ballet, Elaine, and I also was a blacksmith and a welder at the same time. And it blew people's minds, but why? Why should it? It's ridiculous. Like none of those things mean anything. They're just a thing that you do with your body or whatever. So yes, to everything that Elaine said and Aziza said. And then in my work, right, like, sometimes something that I make, they're kind of minimal. So sometimes they're breasts and sometimes they're balls, whatever, it's fine. You can't tell,
you like need to put that on your website.
I love that.
No,
totally,
right? You're so right about that. And it's so, like, in the grand scope of things, it's ascribing any sort of meaning to that. It just becomes foolish, right? At a certain point, it just doesn't make sense anymore. I don't know how many times I've shot, absolutely gorgeous women half naked. And it's maybe to some people that's a kind of contradiction, but this is probably not something I should say, but I love, nothing more than getting a fantastic model into my studio and then asking her to take all her clothes off if she's comfortable. So that's like, that is a frequent theme in much of my work. But, and then occasionally we get, a gorgeous male model into our studio and make him take all his clothes off. And we do something very different, sort of something that is still very sexy, but in a very different kind of way.
But even with that though, Alon, but from a photographer's perspective, the difference in the energy in a photo and the energy even on set I
think that the labels, they sort of restrict our ideas about what it means to be masculine or feminine, but I think it's also dishonest to say that there isn't such a thing as a masculine and a feminine energy, right? And that we can't, it's very dishonest to sort of say that we all exist, that everything sort of exists purely in a kind of muddled space, because it really doesn't when we look at the world. I've done, shoots with male models, one recently that we started publishing, where we have a male model in very sort of bondage BDSM sort of style jewelry by Bond Hardware, who are amazing designers, and who looks many times very, very soft and very feminine and very, very submissive, and sort of traditionally all of those words you would ascribe to them. And we've shot women for campaigns, for commercial projects, who are basically naked in front of the camera, who look like, sort of Greek sculptures of great heroes, of like Heracles or something like that, so it's the energy changes depending on the person, more so depending on the sort of gender of the person. The person themselves carries, like, we shot one woman recently, who self-identifying woman, who is also a biological woman, who is very, very delicate and traditionally feminine in all her features, who has an incredibly potent masculine energy in front of the camera. So as a photographer, it's sort of my job to sort of run with that, rather than force her to be something that she clearly isn't, because we're going to get a better product if she's comfortable, right? So it's and so there's a kind of power and sort of very masculine energy in those photographs. And then we shot this wonderful male model, Grigori, who, when you meet him in person, he's 6 foot tall. He's sort of very traditionally sculpted, masculine looking guy, who in front of the camera just sort of is like a beautiful lily. That's how I described him. He sort of wilts like a flower sort of in front of the camera. And that's kind of his natural disposition. It's not something you would guess meeting him in the flesh, but the camera sort of reveals that part of himself. And sort of we just ran with that. I was hoping for a very different kind of shoot. But then when we met him, it was just like, no, this is beautiful. We have to go with this. This is also clearly who he is. And we have to go sort of run with that to get ultimately a much better product. But there is a difference in energy, and then there is a difference in aesthetic. And I think that it's important for people to realize that those things, that they don't have to contradict one another either. And occupy both of those spaces. Like I said earlier, most people wouldn't guess this from me, but there are aspects to my personality that are very masculine that sometimes come through in my work, and then there are aspects to me that are very, very feminine and that sort of permeate other parts of my work as well. And it's sort of it's a gift to be able to play with both. It's a gift to be able to balance both. And it's, I've said this before, it's such a gift to occupy this space as a queer person, because I find it's so empowering and valuable to be, from an early age, an outsider looking in. I loved always being in that position because I think it grew the scope of my perception of the world in a way that I don't think it would have were I in it. But sort of as an outsider looking in, the world is bigger and it's more interesting. And you learn a lot more, right? And sort of when we've talked about how does one's queerness or orientation express itself into their work, what does that actually mean? I think oftentimes it's a perspective of somebody who's looking at the world through that lens of an outsider looking in. And I think there's a great deal of power in that, and it's sort of enabled us all as creatives, designers, artists, whatever we do, to create then work that embraces those qualities of ourselves that others may find contradictory, but to us are just like our natural state. And because we already always grew up as outsiders looking in, that's a space that we're very comfortable with occupying, you know?
Yeah, that's really funny because I always say concerning my career that and I say this every fashion panel I speak on, it always comes up that I'm an outsider who happens to be inside. And I'm perfectly fine with that. And the reason why I show up the way that I do is because I am an outsider. I always will have an outside perspective. And that really has been why I've navigated my career the way that I have with that perspective, and it's been so fulfilling for me, so fulfilling. So I really resonate with what you're saying in that. Very powerful. I don't know where Robin and Aziza, y'all going to share anything?
I know for one of the things when I started, I left my bench jeweler program, I had made my first ring. It was turquoise, heavy band. And I showed my father. I love him, but he said something about ignorant. He was like, a man wore this, he would be gay. And I remember looking at him. I'm like, Dad, we need to do some therapy. But also, I was like, in the power of turquoise, I did not know like that had that power. But at that moment, while I was still determining things within myself, I was like, hell no. Like, I'm not going to not create jewelry that's not going to have these bright, colorful stones, or it's not going to have this filigree or this fringe or these granules, because I love granules and those details, and not have a man be adorned by them, especially like my family's from the Philippines and Dominican Republic. And it's like you see in the Caribbean a lot of adornment. You see in South Asia a lot of adornment. And I'm just like, I love both male, female, everyone heavily adorned. I love that. I'm attracted to that. So I was kind of like, so if I bring someone and they happen to be masculine and they're wearing jewels, is that the first thing you're going to say? Which is fine too, because they might be, but that's very uncomfortable to say to someone. And I remember at that moment, I was like, you're wrong. That's not true. And I'm going to take my ring back now. So it finally was sold to a beautiful woman. But that always made me think of when I started seeing a lot of minimal jewelry, which is beautiful. But I'm a person that likes these little details. And a lot of people ask me, oh, do you make male jewelry? I'm like, look, I'm just going to make my jewelry. I have some pieces that have like Sanskrit designs, some pieces that have this and that. You choose what you want, because I'm continuing this path. And as I go more into like ancient techniques, going back to like Filipino tambourine jewelry, it's very filigree, lots of like adornment. I want to see everyone wearing this. It's beautiful. And I remember I put a post up of my friend. He was wearing this beautiful kimono, had one of my favorite necklaces on. And this one person started talking stuff about it. And I was like, this, don't come with that on my page. This is a safe place. Also, my friend looks great in this. And I want to see more masculine people wearing stuff like this. I want to see those beautiful handcrafted chains with like the handmade beads that I make, and walking down the street with that confidence. And I don't want another person who's not confident in themselves telling that person, hey, this is not it. No, I want that. And so as I continue more flamboyant and creating flamboyant work, like I had to dismiss what my father said. I was like, no, we're going to put the amber, we're going to put the granules, we're going to do this, and I'm going to put it on whoever it works with.
Yeah.
And that's kind of like, as I study, because I'm doing a lot more research with my jewelry and the Caribbean and in South Asia, I want to implement that and bring that into the modern front. But I have to dispel those myths that I was kind of taught. And the people will just say it slyly, this, a little this, a little that. I'm like, no, I'm going to continue on this way. And when people ask me, I'm like, you choose what you want. Adorn yourself heavily, adorn yourself with one sliver, whatever you want.
You said some really, really good things in that. And I was reminded of something I was saying the other day with some friends of mine that, you know, as a creative, especially, we get to a place in our lives when you're on this journey of self-discovery, you know, and as they say, finding yourself. And you get to this space. I don't know if you all have been there, but you get to this space where you don't necessarily, it's not necessarily that you found yourself, but you're more in tune with what you are not. And so the journey shifts from not necessarily discovering who you are, but more rejecting who you are not and what you are not, and then just existing, you know, in that space and letting that space be what it is. So I look at, you know, when I say just being, it's more so for me existing in a space and rejecting and not accepting or not being programmed with what I'm not.
I know I do want to touch on something.
Mm-hmm.
I love the one quote I say all the time is jewelry holds no gender. You know, jewelry holds no gender.
Yes.
If you are insecure wearing, I know with my shoots, one thing, and I love the models that I have had are phenomenal, and I am just grateful that I had men that are comfortable with their sexuality and who they are, that are like, oh shit, that look fly, put them earrings on. Oh, I never seen myself like this. This look good. And that are comfortable, because every time, what a lot of people don't know, men were actually the ones who would wear godly pieces. It wasn't always women. It was actually men who would wear extravagant, over the top earrings because they would show their wealth and who they were.
Yes.
That's where earrings come from. Women weren't wearing earrings. It was the men who wore their royalty, their riches, and to be seen. The bigger your earrings, the more riches you had. Now we lost that because we lost that in time. Why? Because, well, there's a whole lot of reasons. We're not going to go down that aisle, but there's a lot of reasons why we lost that. And now you have men. I remember back in the day, men were uncomfortable with coloring their hair. Because if you dyed your hair a different color, like, I don't know, do you look sketchy? Now men are dyeing their hair color pink.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yes, you know, men
are wild now.
Yeah, they don't.
They're wild now. They're wild now with Big Cannon. That's what they're doing.
Like, they're going a little too far. But even with men getting the nail polish on their nails, like, I love, my father was the one who would, you want to paint my nails? Here you go. You want to do my hair? Here you go. And wear it. You wear it. And, you know, to me, I never did say, oh, my dad has a problem with, no, my dad was a confident man. Clearly, he was confident. You think what you want to think. And with jewelry, one thing I've always wanted to do, and one thing I love, is showing the essence of men, of Black men, and how regal they are and how beautiful they are. And I take that in whatever sexuality you feel, and I make sure they look like beauty. I want to shoot men because men are beautiful. I want them to see how beautiful, not how handsome, how beautiful you are.
Yes.
Because when I tell men that they are beautiful, I'm like, oh, you're so beautiful. And they're like, hold on, I'm handsome. No, you're beautiful. I know what I said. Just like when someone tells me, I have homegirls that are like, oh, you're so handsome. I'm like, yeah, I know. And I love it. I love when my friends tell me I'm handsome. That's beautiful, because that's that outfit that they see. It's like, damn, I look good today. It's that, ooh. So when I always want to shoot men when it comes to my line in beauty, because they are just, they're just beautiful ass creatures, and we don't tell them that enough. And that's why so many men aren't confident the way that they are, and able to walk the streets embracing who they are and their sexuality. And it's okay. But I know with my work, I want to put these extravagant earrings on these men, shoot them in this way. If I put a little bit of makeup on you, is that, listen, honey, is there something wrong? No, there's not. Trust me. And I'm thankful that the men that I have shot have always trusted me with the vision, because at times I don't know how to tell you my vision. I'm like, this is Dan the Fifth. I don't do the moon board. I shoot with one photographer. It's either me or my good friend Troy. And I don't even tell Troy. Like, I'm like, Troy, so this is, we're gonna do this. And Troy's like, what? He's like, girl, you lucky I trust you. Next thing you know, I'm like, yeah, it's like, bam, bam, stay right here. Bam, get this shit. And then when everyone's like, okay, when I had these men like Jalen, my good friend Jalen, I said, Jalen, can you wear a skirt? Because I love you in skirts. Oh my gosh, Jalen looks so good.
He is amazing.
Jalen is, baby, listen, Jalen is gorgeous. Honey, you can't lie. Jalen is beautiful. I love it. And when I said, Jalen, wear your skirt and wear this, and he just trusted me. When the pictures came out, you seen femininity, but you seen masculine, and it just it's just like, wow. Wow. So I feel like I want people to know jewelry has no gender. Stop putting a gender on, or stop saying this is a girl. Because I know Young Thug wears chandelier earrings, and y'all don't say that about him. So stop saying that about the brothers out on the street now. So I just wanted to say that little sprinkle.
We invite people to we send an invitation out to people, and I think that's what jewelry is too. And we're sending this like a part of ourselves, and we're also inviting people to take this piece, to go on this adventure. And as we build our careers, because I know I finally said, I'm going to go and do whatever I need to do. And are you going to come on the adventure with me? And I'm going to give you a little bit of that, and you can build and grow with that. And I think that's what we do all as artists here. An invitation. Are you going to take it? Because we have, you know.
That's beautiful. We are so at time, and I knew we were going to get here because I could continue this all afternoon. You guys are such a pleasure. But before we go, I want to end with Rebecca, and thank you all for taking the time to do this. You know, this was a thing to pull together, but I have enjoyed every moment of this day with you all, and I'm so excited and express so much gratitude. I love each and every one of you. But Rebecca, in closing, I want you to just express to us in terms of joy, like what is the joy of expression for you in your brand and in what you do, just as a person and as a creative?
Wow, pressure. Let's see. For me, joy of expression would be just the ability to create something that people are enjoying, that they love, that they can wear as they want to wear it. That's one of the things in my jewelry is that it can be worn many different ways. So kind of touching on that it doesn't have a gender, that Aziza said, that it's an invitation, that Robin said, and that anybody can wear it and, you know, be proud and be themselves.
Very good. Thank you so much. I love you all. We'll turn it back over to you, Alex. And we thank all of you for tuning into the conversation, all of your comments, your engagement, sending lots of love to you. I hope you are happy, blessed, and healthy wherever you are. And I hope that today be the best day of your life.
Oh my God, thank you so much. It pains me to have to stop this conversation because I feel like we could just have this all day long. But I just want to point to like two really amazing things that came out of that. I don't know who said this. It might have been you, Elliot, but correct me if it was someone else, that creativity is queer. I feel like that is like, you know, that just, I feel like really like sums up not only everything in this conversation, but just this kind of dialogue of expression. And, you know, like creativity is like something you can't ignore. But also just the last thing that you said, Robin, I just loved this, like jewelry is an invitation to go on an adventure. And it took me on this magical little like daydream just as you were saying that. I want to go on a jewelry adventure always. I feel like that's really amazing. I want to thank you all so much for being here. Thank you, Elliot, a fantastic moderator as always. Thank you to Aziza, Rebecca, Robin, Alan. It's always such a pleasure to have you guys. And that was just a fantastic conversation. A lot of love in the comments for you as well.
Thank you all.
Thanks for being here.
You are welcome.
Okay, folks, we are heading into the final virtual program for today. For the week, sorry, not just today. As you can see, it's been a long week and I've almost made it this whole way without tripping up too much. So we're very excited to host this program. I'm about to kick it off. Just for you folks in the audience, this is a pre-recorded program, so there will be no Q&A, just FYI. And I'm going to kick it off for our final virtual program of Jewelry Week 2021. We have From Tyson Street to New York Fashion Week, the style and influence of Betty Cook. This is a conversation in which you're going to be joined by Victoria Pass, who is a fashion historian and faculty member at the Maryland Institute College of Art, in conversation with Shane Prada, who is the director of the Baltimore Jewelry Center. They will be discussing Betty Cook's career and impact on mid-century design, as well as her influence on contemporary jewelry. I'm going to get this queued up for you right now, and I hope you enjoy this fantastic final program to close out the virtual day 7 of Jewelry Week.
Hello, thank you so much for joining us this evening for From Tyson Street to New York Fashion Week, the style and influence of Betty Cook. My name is Shane Prada, and I'm the director at the Baltimore Jewelry Center. Today we have a program with a presentation by Dr. Victoria Pass about the style Influence of Betty Cook. This program is inspired by the exhibition Betty Cook, The Circle and the Line, on view at the Walters Art Museum through January 2nd, 2022. Please note that this program is being live streamed and recorded and will be rebroadcast on Sunday afternoon as part of New York City Jewelry Week. You can see the link there if you want to learn more about that program. Once again, I'm Shane Prada, the director at the Baltimore Jewelry Center. We are a nonprofit educational space that offers classes, workshops, studio access, artist residencies, and a gallery and exhibition program, all dedicated to metalsmithing and jewelry. I'm joined tonight by the lovely Victoria Pass. Vicki is an associate professor at the Maryland Institute College of Art and a specialist in visual culture. We at the BJC frequently collaborate with Vicki to bring a historical lens to our educational and exhibition programming. Tonight, Vicki will share with us about the style and influence of Betty Cook. Currently, the Walters Art Museum is hosting Betty Cook, The Circle and the Line, the first major museum retrospective of the Baltimore artist's work. It explores the themes and expressions in Cook's jewelry practice and spans the period from her earliest designs in the 1940s and 50s to the present. Cook grew up in Baltimore, attending the Maryland Institute College of Art, where she also taught for 22 years. Her first working location was a studio, showroom, and residence on Tyson Street, a few blocks from the Walters Art Museum, which she visited from childhood through adulthood. And when she visited, she loved the medieval armor collection. The exhibition is curated by Janine Felino, independent curator. The organizing curator at the Walters is Joe Briggs, the Jenny Walters Delano curator of 18th and 19th century art. The exhibition is accompanied by a fully illustrated publication, edited by Felino and published by the Walters Art Museum. It's a really lovely, lovely edition. I want to thank Janine Felino for curating such a lovely exhibition and providing support and connections as we plan this talk. As I mentioned earlier, tonight's talk will be rebroadcast this Sunday as part of New York City Jewelry Week. New York City Jewelry Week is a platform and organization committed to modernizing the jewelry industry. They believe that jewelry is for everyone, as do we at the Baltimore Jewelry Center. Launched in 2018, New York City Jewelry Week hosts a week of jewelry events throughout New York City that elevate and celebrate jewelry of all kinds. Before I turn it over to Vicki, I'll tell you a little bit more about her. In addition to being an associate professor at the Maryland Institute College of Art, Vicki is a specialist in visual culture, particularly in areas of design and fashion. Her research considers the history of fashion culture in the 20th century and focuses specifically on issues of gender and race. Her essay, Racial Masquerades in the Magazines, Defining White Femininity Between the Wars, was recently published in the Journal of Modern Periodical Studies. She has co-edited 2 books, Design Beyond the Canon and Women's Magazines in Print and New Media. Her writing has also appeared in numerous publications. Vicki also hosts one of my favorite Instagram accounts, Visual Sustenance, where she illuminates the rest of us about the history of fashion. Vicki, thank you so much for being here and for diving deep into the archives to share with us about Betty Cook.
Thank you so much. It's been really fun. I met Betty through you, Shane, and so it was exciting to have the opportunity to sort of dive deeper into her story and also her connections with Baltimore, since I grew up in the suburbs of Baltimore, but hers was definitely a story that I didn't know and connects with so many other histories of the city in really interesting ways. So shall we start with Tyson Street? So here's Betty on the left. And when she graduated from MICA, she ended up buying a house on Tyson Street. And this might seem like an ordinary thing to do until you consider that she was graduating from MICA in the late 40s. She was one of 75 women at the school at the time, because it was during World War II that she was enrolled, and there was only one man in her class. And after she graduated in 1946, she bought an 1830s townhouse at 903 Tyson Street for about $3,000, which is about $4,500 in today's money. And And she had her brother's toolkit from his high school shop classes, and I imagine a heck of a lot of elbow grease to turn 903 Tyson Street into a home, a studio, as well as a shop. And you can see the sign shop on the outside there in the photograph. And in this photograph, she's wearing clothes she's made herself. So she has this tunic on that she's made herself and leather shoes, sandals that she's made for herself. So in 1947, she is a young single woman, buys a house and is fixing it up. And the houses on Tyson Street were quite run down. They hadn't really been fixed up in many years. It was a predominantly African-American neighborhood and had really been disinvested by the city. And there were some other artists who were beginning to make their home there. And Edward Rosenfeld, who you can see on the top right, he was often referred to as the mayor of Tyson Street. He was sort of the first artist pioneer who had moved in there. He had a very well-known collection of toys that you can see him working on in that photograph. You can see him there in the doorway of his house in one of his paintings. And so it really was in part his moving into the neighborhood that started to inspire other artists like Betty to move in there. By 1949, she was 25 years old. She had painted the house chartreuse, and it had a red door, and she had really set up her shop. She told Margaret Doss of the Sun about living on her own this way. She said, "I can work undisturbed without disturbing anyone else until 3 a.m. if the inclination moves me." So I think this was really her first step to becoming an artist and really starting her practice.
Vicki, would you share the anecdote that you found out about the way that she created the table that she had in her?
Oh, yes. So she had this tiny little table on Tyson Street, which she was using to display her wares in the shop. And she laid down a piece of paper on the floor and had just people normally walking around the shop, and she was walking around. And these are tiny little row houses. And she designed the table to be wherever people didn't step. So that became the layout of the table. So she took that piece of paper wherever there weren't footprints, that was the shape. And it's this great kind of like mid-century form. If you go to the exhibition, you can see a wonderful photograph of it. And these were the kinds of things that she would have been selling from that shop. So in addition to her own jewelry, she was selling belts. She did a lot of leather work early in her career. These beautiful bags are some of the examples of it, which you can see in the exhibition. She was also making things for the home out of metalwork. So accessories like bells, fireplace accessories, mobiles as well, and grates, I think, to go like over like your heating duct and things like that. She was also selling Japanese folk art and toys, origami birds. And she was also selling the work of Isamu Noguchi, who is a really fascinating designer whose work became really popular in the mid-century period. You can see him on the left with some of his light sculptures that were quite popular, which Betty sold, and you might recognize his very iconic coffee table, the anamorphic table. So these were kinds of along the lines of that sort of biomorphic mid-century aesthetic that was really coming into vogue in the 1950s. And so Betty was really right on the cutting edge, I think, with the other designers who she was selling in her shop. She also had pottery by Nancy Wickham, Robert Turner, and Karen Carnes there. So from the very beginning, she was not only selling her work, but the work of her contemporaries.
How was her personal style connected to the wares that she sold in her shop?
I think her personal style is really interesting because she's really not dressing like you would expect a woman to in the 1950s. So I pulled some ads. These are from Harper's Bazaar from 1948. So from around the same time as that photograph of Betty. And you can see we've got like nipped in waists, suits, like, you know, pretty formal attire that you would expect from day wear. And Betty is very informal, very relaxed. She's ready to, you know, get her hands dirty, you know, work in the studio, I think, with this tunic. And I think, you know, there's a little bit of kinship between another Maryland design icon, Claire McCardle, who was born in Frederick, Maryland, and made her career in New York. And I think McCardle, like Betty, like they had this ethos of comfort and practicality, and sort of clean lines. And during the war years, for instance, Claire McCardle was showing things like leotards and leggings, like a lot of clothes we'd recognize now, and ballet flats, because ballet shoes weren't rationed. So it was sort of a way of getting around rationing. But I think like the flats that Betty is wearing and that sort of practical tunic over trousers really reminds me of the kind of tunics and things that McCardle was showing. And I think also there's a little something of the beatnik about her wardrobe. I don't know if she would have thought about herself as a beatnik, but certainly she was living in this very bohemian community in Baltimore. And she was, you know, wearing trousers for women in the 1950s, like you only really did that casually. So women who wore them, you know, and other settings were really quite bohemian and avant-garde. And so I think there's a bit of that there. I mean, Audrey Hepburn's not a real beatnik, but that image of the beatnik from Funny Face, I think is kind of iconic and not unrelated here.
I was so fascinated to find out that there were some how-tos that she created related to the products that she was making.
Yeah, so those handbags that I was showing you are related to these how-tos that she produced for Women's Day, which was a popular magazine in the period. I'm not sure if Women's Day is still around or not. But back in the 1950s, it always had this whole section of DIY projects. And they're really fascinating because there's all different kinds, like not what I would have expected from a magazine in the 50s. So it's not only sewing projects, but as you see here, leatherwork projects where you could make these beautiful handbags. There's a tray for your desk. There's a belt. Betty was making a lot of belts in this period. So I think it's really cool that she was producing patterns and how-tos so that other people could make her work. This is a story from April of 1958 on how to make some of her jewelry. So I think this really speaks to her ethos that she really wanted good design and beautiful things for everyone. It wasn't a kind of elitist project for her, and she really wanted to make her work accessible for people. And I think this was one way that she was able to do that in a really interesting way of engaging people in the actual making of things.
Yeah, that's like, I mean, I can't necessarily imagine that happening today.
No, it's really hard to imagine.
Tell us a little bit about how she promoted her work in her early days and where else she was trying to get that work out in the world.
Yeah, so it's really interesting. She would take these trips, these camping trips. She had a good friend who she'd gone to Girl Scout camp with, and the two of them would take these camping trips in the summers. They would go hiking all across the US. Her friend's name was Celeste Ulrich, and she taught physiology at Madison College, which is now James Madison University. And so what started to happen was Betty started to sort of use these trips as opportunities to go and visit cities. So she talks about this in the wonderful oral history that she recorded for the Archive of American Art, which you can access online really easily. If anybody's interested in reading more, it's a wonderful place to learn about Betty's work. So she said in that oral history, she would always have a set of what she called good city clothes. So probably not what we saw her wearing in the studio, probably something a little bit more conventional. And she said, quote, "When I reached a big city, I would get out of my hiking clothes and take my samples and visit the outstanding designers' shops. In this way, I arranged to get distribution throughout the whole country," end quote. And one of the things I think is really interesting is that she was really interested in having her work seen in design stores and alongside of modern design. So she didn't really think about it as much in the craft context, but really thought about it in the design context, which I think is quite interesting. And you can see in this slide, Design Quarterly, which started out as a publication called Everyday Art Quarterly, and it was published by the Walker Art Center. I think a lot of us tend to think about MoMA as playing this big role in promoting American design, which it certainly did. But the Walker Art Center has a really interesting history, and Betty was really connected with it. So she had found this magazine, Everyday Art Quarterly, at the library when she was a student at MICA, and she started subscribing to it. It became like a really important resource for her. I think it's probably how she was finding out about a lot of the designers that she wanted to carry in her shop. And so she knew when she was going on this cross-country trip, she had to go to the Walker Art Center because like this is where design was happening. The Walker had actually been founded during the Depression as a part of a WPA project as this kind of community art center with this, like, I think an ethos like the BJC of like really being part of the community and having classes and education as a really big part of their mission. And so one of the things that they had from the very beginning was a dedicated design space in the museum, which was actually the first time an American museum had done that. So it's a really significant moment. And it was called the Everyday Art Gallery. And so it just so happened that when Betty visited in 1948, they were setting up for an exhibition called Modern Jewelry Under $50. So here comes Betty into the Walker with her suitcase full of her pieces. And she, you know, goes up to whomever and says like, you know, hi, I'm a jeweler, or I'd like to show somebody my work. And they say, hey, you know, they're installing an exhibition over there. So she goes in just as they're installing the show. And of course they loved her work and they put it in the show. It was such a late edition. It's not even in the catalog, but here you can see these really beautiful modernist installations of jewelry. And this, Betty talks about how significant just the idea of having a show that was all jewelry was. It's very uncommon. $50, by the way, in 1948 is now $583. So it wasn't like the most accessible, kind of like a mid-range, mid-expensive range, we might say. But I think it's really interesting that, you know, it was sort of kismet that she got into this show, but also that this was a moment when a museum was really taking jewelry seriously.
I love those displays on the wall.
They're so beautiful. Oh, this is really great. So I'm seeing Marilyn in the chat remembers going to her shop on Tyson Street during their open houses in the 60s. And that's a really cool thing about Tyson Street. I think it was important not only because it provided an artistic community for Betty, but also they would stage these open houses for charity. And they would invite the community to come. They were and look at the design of these sort of quirky houses that had been fixed up. I read one description where one year Betty painted like orange and white stripes on her floor. So like you can imagine how amazing all these different houses were. You know, they would go see Ed Rosenfeld's toy collection, you know, the different antiques that these artists and other residents, by that point, by the 1960s, there were all sorts of different kinds of people who were living there. Just seeing how they had renovated their houses and enjoying the neighborhood. It was like a little street fair that they would do every year. And they raised a good amount of money for charity every year when they did this. I think it also helped that the Tyson Street, this block, was right around the corner from Antiques Row. So often you'd have people who were going to Antiques Row and then they would say like, oh, I see that shop over there. And then they would end up at Betty's shop.
That's so cool. Tell us a little bit more, Vicki, just about the connection between Betty's jewelry, her shop wares, the idea of good design, and like, you know, sort of the Bauhaus ethos.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's really interesting when you look at these issues of Design Quarterly where Betty's jewelry is featured. So here on the bottom of this page, you can see This necklace from around 1951, which is in the exhibition. This is just my photo of it from the exhibition. It's much more beautiful in person. But I think what's really interesting is that she's using new materials, which I think is definitely a part of the kind of a lot of the ideas that were coming out of the Bauhaus. And one of the jewelry designers who she admired a lot, Margaret de Pata, who we can talk a little bit about later perhaps, was actually educated by one of the members of the Bauhaus after a lot of the members of the Bauhaus fled to the United States as the Nazis came to power. So she studied with Laszlo Moholy-Nagy in Chicago and brought a lot of those ideas. And I think I can see some kinship in those ideas of embracing new material and new techniques. So this necklace uses plastic, which was a material that Betty really liked to use. She said that you could, grind it down and create like this interesting matte texture. And there was sort of a lot that you could do with it that she found really exciting. And I think another interesting thing too is like a lot of these materials she was kind of discovering through, conversations, I think, with some of her neighbors on Tyson Street. She was sort of seeing how other people used materials. I know she talked about a cabinet maker she would get wood from and things like that. So experimenting with found materials. But in this page, I think you can see how simple her jewelry is in contrast to some of the other designers who were producing work in the 1950s. She's really relying on the characteristics of the material in this very simple form and the contrast between the black plastic and the shiny silver to create the aesthetic rather than a lot of applied decoration or a lot of organic forms, which you can see in a lot of these other pieces. So I think it's really interesting to see the contrast of her work. It helps me to understand why she was really thinking of herself as a designer. And kind of thinking of her work as slightly different from jewelers who might have thought of themselves as more aligned with craft. That line is so fuzzy, but I think, I can see a little bit of it there. There's another piece of hers, and they would print your address. So I think she would have really gotten a lot of contacts this way through these design quarterlies. But, MoMA had been having these exhibitions about this idea of good design. And I think we should put that in quotation marks because it's certainly not an absolute concept.
I agree.
But, they started doing this in the 1930s. And one of the really key players in this, ultimately, you can see in the photograph on the top left, that's Edgar Kaufman Jr. You might know Frank Lloyd Wright's house, Falling Water. That was built for Kaufman Jr.'s parents. At his urging, Edgar Kaufman Jr. had studied with Frank Lloyd Wright at Taliesin and was really taken with this, his ethos. And his parents owned the Kaufman department stores, which were in Pittsburgh. And the reason I say this is because what I think Kaufman did was to sort of combine these two influences. He had spent time working as a merchandiser in the department store. He had this experience with Frank Lloyd Wright. And post-war, he wrote to Alfred Barr at the Museum of Modern Art and said, hey, can I have a job? And Alfred Barr gave him a job. And he became a design curator there. And he started to create this kind of program of good design exhibitions. So the one I'm showing you here, which is called Useful Objects of American Design Under $10, was a wartime one. But I think the placard on the wall gives us a good sense of some of the tenets of good design. Fulfills its functions, respects its material, is suited to the method of production, combines these in imaginative expression. Mm-hmm. And Kaufman would go on to curate organic design and home furnishings, which is where the Eameses kind of really got their start. And one of the things that he was doing in these shows was trying to organic design show was that the winning designers, this was a design contest, would be then connected with industry to put their work into mass production. Now, the Eames chairs that they were showing here couldn't quite be mass produced, but that's a whole other story. And there's a great documentary on the Eameses if you want to know about that. But what he did ultimately was to connect with the Merchandise Mart in Chicago, which was this venue that was, selling furniture And it still is. It's like the place to go for furniture and home furnishings and things like that. And so he would organize these exhibitions at the Merchandise Mart, and you can see this set of andirons that Betty designed, which actually have a tag on them that says good design. So MoMA essentially created this sort of seal of approval of good design that then kind of was used to brand objects. And so the partnership with the Merchandise Mart helped to create exhibitions that traveled the country, got these designers lots of exposure, and really helped to create this canon, essentially, of modernist design approved by MoMA. What I think is really interesting, though, is that the andiron, as far as I'm aware, is the one object that Betty had that was a part of this exhibition. I think you can see sort of two versions of it there down below. But her jewelry was never a part of this. And I think it's partly sort of the prejudice, I'll say, that I think MoMA had against fashion and jewelry because it didn't fit into their narrative about good design. For them, these objects, which they thought about as being, decorative, as being subject to like the whims of fashion that weren't rational, that couldn't be kind of understood under these sort of precepts that had been set up about what good design was, were really dismissed. And we can also see evidence of that, in the fact that none of Betty's work is in the permanent collection of MoMA, which is outrageous, if you ask me. I realize I'm biased. But also, they did like one fashion exhibition in the 40s, which was basically a critique of fashion. And then they just did one like, I don't know, 2-3 years ago, which was the last time they did it. And you can ask me my opinions on that later. But I think it's quite telling that this kind of design does not fit into their ideas about design. It's dismissed as feminine and not serious or important. So I think that's a real difference between how the Walker Center thought about it, that they did an exhibition on jewelry.
Yeah, and that idea of number one, it fulfills. I'm not sure what's happening, that it fulfills its function. I know that you found in your research that Betty would talk over and over again about the practicality of her jewelry and how important it was that it be practical. So that's, it's too bad they didn't notice that.
Yeah, I mean, she said in the Sun paper when she was interviewed in 1949, she sort of talks about this. She says, in a practical sense, function in jewelry has little application, or the safety pin would have taken care of everything long ago. Actually, the true function of jewelry is the appeal through the age-old business of attracting attention and admiration. So, jewelry doesn't fit neatly into that form follows function ethos, but I think you're right. Like, she had these very clever ideas about catches. She thought a lot about how something would feel to wear, making sure it was practical. She talks a lot about thinking about who the user would be and how they would use the piece, if it would be practical for their work, all these kinds of things. So I think she took a lot of consideration about how her jewelry would interact with the body and be worn on the body. And so I think that really makes her, right in line with these ideas of modernist design, even as she's designing something that doesn't have the kind of traditional design function as MoMA was defining it anyway. Should I talk about design research?
About design research.
So this was another spot where Betty sold her jewelry. And I think another kind of interesting element of this period is Betty was really right in line with the development of these modern design stores. So design research was founded in Cambridge, Massachusetts in 1953, and it was around until 1978. It was founded by the architect Ben Thompson, and he also designed this amazing modernist building with all these glass windows, which is still there. It's just other things now. But he, speaking of the Bauhaus, has studied with Walter Gropius at the Architects Collaborative, so he sort of brought in that kind of Bauhaus energy. But he really wanted to create a store that focused on modernist design. It specialized in home furnishings and clothing, and Luminaries such as Jackie Kennedy and Miss Julia Child shopped there. So amazing clientele. He was selling all kinds of things. You can see a gorgeous Ruth Asawa sculpture in the foreground of the image on the top. One of my favorite artists, there's a Batoya chair at the bottom corner on the left. You can see some Mary Mecco fabric. Design Research was, I believe, the first American dealer for Mary Mecco, the Finnish company in the US. So they really brought that design to the States. It used a very innovative store design where they sort of set up these vignettes that sort of showed you how you could like set a modern table or like how you might arrange furniture. And you can see it's like huge store, so there's plenty of room to do that. And if you think this all looks a little bit like Crate and Barrel, you're right, because it really inspired these shops. Crate and Barrel was founded in 1962. There's an influential store in Copenhagen called Form and Favre, which was founded in 1953. Habitat, Terence Conran's store in London, is founded in 1964, and Baltimore's own The Store Limited, 1965. So Betty, I think, is right in this kind of modernist design store lineage. And so before she opened the store, she'd gone to Design Research to sell her wares. And she actually created this really interesting case for them. So that's what she's talking about in this quotation from the oral history, that she had sold her case to him. And I've got some images of that. Here's some other great, beautiful color images. There's a tree inside the store. I mean, like, you know, Anthropologie, eat your heart out.
And like, how would you connect that to the displays in Betty's store, both in the past and now?
I think the fact that Betty's first store was her house. I mean, it had that kind of domestic sensibility to it, you know, and sort of including, you know, the sort of lived environment and lived space. You probably can't see it too well, but in the bottom center, this is the case that Betty made for Design Research. And actually the exact same design is in the Store Limited today. And these are some photographs of it. And it's really wonderful because you can totally see her aesthetic in it. And she really felt very strongly that her jewelry needed to be displayed in a very particular way. So you have this beautiful and very practical cabinet where you have the felt squares where pieces can be pulled out of these drawers. And you can see even the locking mechanism has that, you know, circle and line, the title of the show, in it. And so you could store, you know, your stock underneath and have just, you know, the display racks out underneath the glass at the top. And I think that, you know, you can sort of see in the background of the store, everything is modular. The whole kind of ethos of the design of the store was modularity, so that things could be moved around and reshaped. And the store is always changing. And that's actually why they chose that name, the store, because they wanted, this is after she's married William Steinmetz, who was a creative partner as well as her husband. So the two of them wanted to be able to sell anything at the store. So that's why they gave it that name. They could sell whatever they wanted under that banner.
I love that. What more can you tell us about what they were selling?
Well, here's one more of some of the wall cases. But you can see a little hint of it. The folk art was still very much a part of the store. So the store was part of this big complex that the developer, Jim Rouse, created called Cross Keys. So it's a little bit north, still in the city, still in Baltimore, but a little bit north. And so he had been working with Betty and with Bill for several years at that point. He would go into her shop on Tyson Street because his office was downtown. And so when he was starting this community, he wanted to create like this sort of anchor point in the center, which would be shops. So there were all sorts of different, there was a cheese shop, a wine shop, a couple of different clothing stores. There was a plant store, a grocery. So the idea was, you know, if you lived in that community, you could do all your shopping right there on site. But all of the shops had to be owner operated. And so he asked Betty and Bill to start a shop. And so that's what they did in 1965. I don't know if you can see it. I'm looking at my other screen so I can read it to you. But in the advertisement, it says, Mary wants a big fur rug, a ring by Betty Cook, a black alpaca tie, a Mary Mecco handmade, a Mary Mecco, a handmade pot, finished glass. So all of these different kinds of things were available at the store. So they were carrying Finnish design, Danish design. They were selling cookware. Mary Mecco was a big brand for them. So it was really just, I think, anything that met their kind of aesthetic, anything that they felt sort of fit in, that was practical, that was beautiful, but also a little bit whimsical. I think there's definitely a whimsical element to Betty's style.
Yeah, and on that note, I want you to dive in a little bit to Mary Mecco. But I want to point out though that one of our guests, Alexa von Drube, said that as a child she received earrings for special occasions, and later she inherited some larger pieces from family members. And she's very grateful for the Walters for finally recognizing what a treasure Betty is.
Yes, I second that. Yeah, and one of the neat things that Betty talks about in the oral history is that she really made sure to have her jewelry available at all different price points. I think that idea of accessibility, so smaller pieces that might be more accessible, and then, you know, the kind of like larger, really exciting pieces. So here is an image of Mary Mecco dresses that appeared in Life magazine in 1966. So this was kind of a big breakthrough for Mary Mecco. There's a whole interesting sort of history about how Scandinavian design gets kind of marketed and comes into the US. This was a magazine article that was photographed by the great Tony Vaccaro. His wife appears in some of these photographs. And he has a really fascinating story all his own. But I put this next to one of Betty Cook's neck pieces from like the mid 50s, early 60s. And I was really surprised. I remember, Shane, when we went to the show, we were like so surprised to see pieces that looked like this with these bright colors. I had never seen colorful pieces like this before from Betty. And what I think is really cool is like she's integrating something that looks almost like, you know, kind of pop op fashion, like totally before its time. And I think it really resonates with the aesthetic of Mary Mecco, these kind of geometric shapes, bright poppy colors, this just kind of like fun approach and very youthful. And what I think is brilliant is that Betty recognized the moment. So as soon as this story appears in Life magazine on Mary Mecco, she's like, hey, let's put an ad in the Sun and say, if you want some Mary Mecco, did you see it in Life magazine? Come on over to the Store Limited and we'll set you right up. I don't know if people are fans of Laura Lippman, but in her most recent book, which I have not finished reading, or not most recent, but one of her recent books, Lady in the Lake, one of the characters goes to Betty Cook's shop and buys a Mary Mecco dress. And actually mentions that Jackie Kennedy wore Mary Mecco, perhaps purchased at Design Research. So I think there are some really interesting resonances between this kind of simple, comfortable, easy style that was Mary Mecco style with the kinds of jewelry that Betty was selling. And I can really imagine people pairing them together. And I think that's one of the things I can really see in how she bought fashion for the store, is that it was fashions that could be worn with her jewelry. And they could really speak to each other in interesting ways. Here's some other examples of this silver and resin jewelry with some Mary Mecco prints. And on the bottom, you can see a Design Research ad featuring Mary Mecco, and one from the Store Limited featuring Mary Mecco. So this was a big selling point for the store. I think people were really excited to have access, because this was probably the only place you could have bought this in Baltimore, probably in the broader, like, you know, DMV kind of area. So, you know, I think that's another thing about the store. Like, it was the place to get, you know, avant-garde design and this kind of work in Baltimore.
I can imagine. Wish I could have gone back then.
I know, right? And here's some simple pieces of Mary Mecco style that you could really see paired with her jewelry. So I've just included a couple of pieces that I could imagine pairing with some of these simple wool knit dresses. And also, this is a very exuberant, sort of youthful, casual style that's really emerging in the 1960s that she's totally embracing at the store. And even that ad at the top where you kind of see the Betty Cook star symbol of her jewelry in the Mary Mecco fashion, and this great illustration. I'm not sure who did the illustrations for the ads. I would love to know that.
Yeah, that would be, I don't know if Bill or Betty did those themselves, but they're quite lovely. I could see them being used today.
Yeah, totally.
What more do you have for us?
I think I just also wanted to give you all a sense of some of those other stores that I mentioned. So Crate and Barrel on the bottom right, Forme and Favre, and a lot of them, the Store Limited, were selling folk art. So that was a really big part. And Betty talks about going on trips, buying trips with Bill, and going different places and picking things up and bringing them back to the store, which I think is really interesting. And I think there were a lot of really interesting stores that are part of this history that we haven't really uncovered yet. So this is just one example that's really, I found really fascinating when I was doing my research. I stumbled across these articles about a store called the Afro Arts Bazaar, which was owned by these three amazing women who all have fascinating stories to tell. Estelle M. Osborne was a nurse and an educator, and spent her career in nursing trying to eliminate racial discrimination. She became the first African-American instructor in NYU's Department of Nursing Education in 1945, which is pretty remarkable. And also Maryland connection. In 1954, she became an associate professor of nursing education at University of Maryland. And alongside Etta Moten Barrett, who was a very well-known singer, she really, her most famous role was probably playing Bess in the revival in 1942 of Porgy and Bess. And she was also in the great Fred Astaire film, Flying Down to Rio from 1933, had a very small part, as well as Gold Diggers of 1933. I don't know if anyone else is a fan of 30s musicals, it could just be me. But you could see her there too. And sadly, she got a cyst on her vocal cords and had to stop performing in 1952. But she had traveled to Africa with her husband. And Estelle was married to a man from the West Indies, and they had already sort of started this small gift shop. And at some point they got together and they were talking, and Estelle was talking about in encountering West Indian culture through her husband, and Etta was talking about all the things she had seen on her trip to Africa. And they were like, "Wait a minute, why aren't we selling this in the store?" So they partnered up with Ida Cullen, who was the widow of County Cullen, who was a very well-known poet of the Harlem Renaissance. And the three of them kind of remade the store into the Afro Arts Bazaar. And you can see some of the kinds of things they were selling. I think similar to Betty's shop, there were home goods like lamps, decorative objects that they were getting from all over the place. They were sourcing from African-American designers, as well as from Africa and from the West Indies. Beautiful jewelry that you can see, I hope, in these images. So I think there were a lot of these kinds of shops that were really acting as like intermediaries, curating, and that's the word Betty used for it, sort of curating design and home goods for consumers in these different places. So this is what, if you lived in Harlem, where you might go to get decor for your house, where if you lived in Baltimore, you might go to Betty's shop. And I've got some more great ads too. And I think like what I love about looking at these ads and sort of seeing this evidence of what Betty sold was like how she was really paying attention to what was happening in the culture. So Julia Child, the great Julia Child, premiered in 1963. And, Betty starts selling great French cookware, kitchen herb gardens, debuting the Cuisinart. You could go and see like a demonstration of the Cuisinart at the store. So once people started to get interested in gourmet cooking, you know, the store became a place where you could go. And actually the ad on the top left from 1966 is advertising cooking lessons sponsored by the Walters, let me tell you, at Cross Keys. And there was like a wine tasting at the wine store, and you could do a cheese tasting at the cheese store. So there were a lot of events that the shops at Cross Keys would do together. So it really was this kind of collaborative space for a long time between these different stores, creating promotions, creating events like this one. Some of the other designers that Betty sold, she was still selling Noguchi. There's one of his lamps. Le Creuset, you could buy your beautiful Le Creuset pots to cook Boeuf Bourguignon there. She was selling Frank Gehry. Folks who live in Baltimore might not realize, but one of the apartment buildings at Cross Keys was actually designed by a young Frank Gehry. He was a designer, an architect that Rouse worked with a couple of different times. And I really like, Shane, you did an interview with Betty and you asked her about the store, and I thought I loved what she told you. So I wanted to share that. She said, we wanted a store that reflected what we thought was good design, no matter what media. It could be a toy, it could be a jar, it could be a rug. There was a lot of macrame at the time, and there was a lot of clutter, but we were very clear about what we wanted: good, practical design. We called the shop the store specifically because we wanted to be able to buy anything we wanted. We didn't want to call it a boutique or a shop. We wanted the name to be flexible to all kinds of objects that we chose. So the name was a symbol of that. It was practical. I like that. The name was practical, the design of the store itself was practical, and then every darn thing that they put in that store was practical. And
the business plan was practical.
It is. That is a business plan.
Vicki, I want you to take us to the second part of the title of this presentation, the New York Fashion Week part. I mean, I believe you were the one who taught me about the connection between Betty and Jeffrey Bean. I want to hear more about it.
Yeah, I feel like we found this when we went to the BMA, when they had some of her pieces on display. And I was like, oh my gosh, Jeffrey Bean, what? And so, which, you know, is a thing I do in museums sometimes, is freak out, as Shane, you well know. But I think it's a really interesting connection. So Jeffrey Bean's an American designer, and he was very close in age. They were really of the same generation. And I think a very similar ethos about design. He launched his first independent collection in 1963, which was a smash success. He won a Coty Award within a year of his first launch, sold $500,000 his first season. So he really had this like amazing meteoric rise to success. And also he did perfume, he did sheets, he sort of, you know, expanded his scope beyond just fashion in a similar way to, you know, Betty expanding beyond jewelry. And I think here you can see on the left this amazing look worn by Princess Elizabeth of Toro, great model of the 70s, which incorporates gingham, this kind of, you know, everyday classic American fabric, but not one you would expect with evening wear. And I think that was really at the heart of Bean's aesthetic, is using these materials in really unconventional ways. And, you know, just really allowing the material to guide him. And I think that was definitely a part of Betty's approach too. In the center here, I have a Gilbert Adrian suit. Apparently Jeffrey Bean was really obsessed with Adrian as a young man. He was supposed to go to medical school and he had started, but apparently he was too busy sketching Adrian's in his notebook. And Adrian is, you might know him better from his pre-fashion work, which was his work in movie costume design, including Dorothy Gale's iconic gingham dress. So I think the gingham with Jeffrey Bean might be a nod to him, but also this suit looks a lot like one I saw Betty wearing in a great photograph from the 1960s, with these sort of the play of like the stripes making, you know, meeting at right angles and creating these great sort of chevron forms. So I think they had a similar eye and a similar aesthetic. So it seems to me not surprising that Betty was really interested in Jeffrey Bean's work and went to see a fashion show of his at a department store in New York And she saw this man, she said, who was wearing a beautiful suit. She said this is from her oral history, quote, "And I saw this short, good-looking man, and he had a nice suit on. And I went up to him and I said, 'Gee, I like your suit.' And he said, 'Thank you, I'm Jeffrey Bean.' He said, 'And I like your jewelry.' And I said, 'Thank you, I'm Betty Cook.' And it was funny. So there's like this meet cute that they had in a New York department store. And Jeffrey Bean was like, 'Hey, could you make me some jewelry for my runway shows?' And the rest is history. So there were a few years in the late 70s. And this was a really specific point in Bean's career because it was his first showings in Milan Fashion Week. He was the first American designer to show at Milan. This was a very prestigious, American design for such a long time in fashion had been seen as this like backwater that was just copying Paris. But Bean was definitely not copying Paris. He was really doing his own thing. And the quotations that I have up here is just, I think both of them reflecting on the importance of material and like letting the material guide you in the design process. So Bean talks about having this moment where he really shifted from creating these very highly structured clothes, kind of more along the lines of what he had learned as he was, working as a young designer, studying French techniques, to these more kind of American sportswear, loose, comfortable kinds of clothes that you can see in these two images. And Betty, by the same token, I think focuses on material. She said, quote, "Understanding how much the material itself can do is the first necessity, and understanding how much the designer has the right to do with the material without destroying it is the second." And you can see her working with really interesting materials like a pebble, this black pebble, and a diamond. So combining high and low, which is something that Jeffrey Bean did too. Also, I think there's a shared sense of whimsy. So Jeffrey Bean designed these very iconic, they reappeared on the Met Ball runway or Met Ball red carpet, you might remember lately, but this play on the idea of the jersey dress. He created jersey dresses out of sportswear jerseys that are all sequined and spangled. And that kind of reminded me of Betty's like really quirky, fabulous animal brooches. Then there's tons of them in the show and in the book. They're really wonderful. So I think there's a lot of kind of like conversation between these two designers. So it seems right to me somehow that they would team up. And for the runway, Betty needed to do scale. She needed bigger pieces that would be seen. So she started experimenting with big quartz crystals, like the one on the bottom that you can see. You can see this big ring with a, like a big rock on it, quite literally. So here is one of the pieces that she designed in Vogue magazine, and you can see a similar piece that's in the Walter show. So you can see the scale of these large stones and how they would have sort of worked. And I think, she talks about like, this is really larger than like practicality in her sensibility sort of allows. So it was a kind of difficult thing for her to navigate, but they had several years together successfully collaborating. So it was a really fruitful collaboration, I think, and had her exploring some really different kinds of directions with her work. Here's another example that was photographed for Vogue in 1979. And I've got, this is a spread on Jeffrey Bean, and I don't know, this might be too early, but that blue dress on the right, that looks a little bit like a Betty Cook necklace. She also made leather belts for him, by the way. I haven't tracked any images of those down, but I know that she made belts too. And he really liked her belts. Apparently she had really kind of interesting hardware choices. And then like for a minute, she was showing things in Vogue. Here's a couple of examples, but it was never an easy fit. Betty was not really one to design for the season. And I think that's another relationship between her and Jeffrey Bean. He wasn't, he once told somebody who asked him why Anna Wintour never went to his fashion shows. And he replied, Anna Wintour doesn't know anything about American fashion. So he was an iconoclast too, who wasn't necessarily kind of following the rules of, every season should be different. I think both of them really thought about sort of seasonless garments and jewelry and things that could just live in your wardrobe forever. And I'm guessing a lot of people who are listening maybe have pieces from Betty that they've worn for years. I wonder if anybody has any Jeffrey Bean. He also did a diffusion line called Beanbag, so he was interested in accessibility too.
Yeah, I liked that quote that you found. You know, I don't know what the market is.
Yeah. Yeah. She says, I don't know what the market is. One year I did some things with Harper's Bazaar and Vogue, and it was difficult because I'm in Baltimore and they would call and say, you know, gold is in, what do you have in gold? Or red is in, what do you have in red? And I would go and work myself all day and night coming up with red things and run up to New York. By the time I got there, it was blue or something. I don't know. And I would say, what's the market this week? Oh, we're pushing cerise, you know. You know, it's like the idea of keeping up with these fashion changes with the kind of work that she's doing, it's sort of nonsensical. So I think it's really interesting to see these moments when her jewelry makes its way into the fashion magazines, and that it can so easily be worn with these designers and sort of have a conversation with them. But she's also just never been one who's sort of chasing that. And I don't think it seems that was really what she was interested in. And even the brands that she was stocking at the store also, I think, are not like that.
Yeah, I like that I hadn't heard of the designer Willie Smith until you told me about him. I like learning about him. I know we only have a few more minutes and we want to take some questions. Is there anything else that you wanted to make sure that we got to learn from your research?
Yeah, I think I'll just say that you know, the fashion that she was stocking, she stocked the designer Willie Smith. I actually let out an audible shout when I found that, because I was like, of course she was stocking Willie Smith, like avant-garde designer who was totally in with the New York City avant-garde at the time he launched his brand, and you know, really created this totally different look that I think you can see really well in some of these images of you know, accessible clothes for everyone that were meant to be worn as streetwear. You know, you could wear them anywhere, but you know, you could also sort of just like wear them in your everyday life. And I think that practicality is really, really resonates with Betty's ethos. So yeah, it was really fun to sort of see who she was carrying and imagine who was shopping there and buying that. So I'd love to know if anybody who's listening was shopping at her at the store. Like, what were you buying at the store? Tell us.
Yeah. Share in the comments if you used to shop, if you currently shop. I know Wendy Yap had asked if you knew if that design research building in Cambridge had become a Crate and Barrel later, like sometime.
It did. It did, yes. It was absolutely a Crate and Barrel for a while. I'm not sure what it is now, but it was definitely a Crate and Barrel for a while.
Marilyn Blum had sorry.
Yeah. No, I was going to call attention to that one too.
Yeah, Marilyn asked, were Betty's pieces ever sold in any local department or specialty stores like Hutzler's? You know, a lot of those shoppers who have gone to Hutzler's were also, you know, they were travelers. They would be going to Europe.
Yeah, it's a really good question. I didn't see any evidence of that, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. I think that Betty really was primarily trying to get her work in design stores. So design research, she had work that was sold at MoMA's design shop, you know, through Design Quarterly and, you know, little shops and boutiques all over the country where her work was being sold. So I'm not sure if Hutzler's would have carried it or not, but that's a great question.
I know that Steve Williams asked if there will be a recording. Steve, there will be a rebroadcast of this via New York City Jewelry Week. You can go to that website and check that out. I think it's Sunday at 2:30 Eastern. So it will be rebroadcast then, but it won't be posted after that. And Lauren Adams said, thank you for this informative talk, Vicki. I didn't know much about Betty Cook's life and peer designers, and I learned so much. Really inspiring.
Thanks, Lauren.
And Alexa said, I love that you could always find so much cool stuff at her store, from jewelry to books to vases to clothing and other clever gift items. She carries products of all prices, something appealing and affordable for everyone. I will second that. Got some really lovely comments. It's always a treat to work with Vicki. The research that she puts into her talks is amazing, and the things that you learn.
Oh, this was such a treat. It was really fun to delve into this research, and I feel like what was really interesting for me was seeing how her aesthetic in her design work was really mirrored in the designers that she admired and she sold in the store, and still sells in the store. You can still get your Mary Mecco there.
Yeah, a testament to the longevity of those designs and styles.
Yeah, for sure. They don't go out of style. And I see someone, Thanya says, Betty, as was Phil, is a family friend. I have pieces from family and from my late husband. I cherish them. That's really lovely. I think that was one of the things that I loved reading in the oral history too. Betty talks a lot about loving hearing people's stories of the jewelry. And I think Shane, I know this is something we've talked about before, like one of the things that's very special, I think, about jewelry as a piece of material culture is that it has stories. People give it to you, you wear it from your relatives, things are handed down. And I think like that seems like one of the things Betty likes most about designing jewelry is that it ends up with these kinds of stories in this life.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and just, I mean, Marilyn's commenting that her late husband always knew he could hit a home run with a Betty piece. And the circle and the line, the exhibition is just, that's one of the best parts of it. It's just if you really read closely and see how many collections the work is coming from, you just see the story kind of woven throughout so many people's narratives in the local and broader community. So,
yeah, absolutely.
Go and see the show for sure.
Yes.
Oh, Rose, good to see you. And again, this will be rebroadcast on Sunday afternoon. Go to New York City Jewelry Week. You can learn about that. There's also a lot of other programming going on between now and Sunday via that platform that you can check out if you're a jewelry lover. I do really encourage you to check out Vicki's Instagram. It's like a fashion fact a day, at least one. Sometimes there's more than one. And also check out what we're doing at the Baltimore Jewelry Center. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you so much to the Walters. Thank you so much to Betty for being the inspiration for this. We're so lucky to have her in Baltimore, and go out to the exhibition, go out to see Betty's store. Thanks so much, Vicki. And thank you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you all so much.
Okay, folks, I hope you enjoyed that final program of New York City Jewelry Week virtual. We have one more thing happening today. It's in person in New York City. It's happening at Industry City. So if you are in the city, please do come and join us for our closing party. The New York City Jewelry Week team will be there. You can also check out the fantastic exhibitions that have been on at Industry City this week. So if you've missed out on that, Commence Graduate Showcase is there, Dream Machine 2021, and Voltage, the Power of Contemporary Jewelry, which is a SNAG member exhibition. I will be there very shortly. So folks, I hope you have enjoyed our time together here on this whirlwind 7 days of virtual programming. This has been New York City Jewelry Week 2021. And I am signing off with both happiness and sadness. Sorry to see everyone go, but I hope you'll join us for a drink or virtually if you're not in New York City. Signing off, this has been a great time. We'll see you next year.